Back already. Surprise! Even me. Even I'm surprised. Um, a little bit of a runny nose, which I think comes from sometimes the set this on the laptop, and I don't too much in this kitchen. I tell you. Usually I can kind of ignore it, but it's getting a little wild here. So, some Chopin might be in the near future for you if you stay tuned. And I don't just mean showing a pan. So, I had to roll because I just did. That's why. My story, I'm sticking to it. Good thing I looked at the title again, though, because beautiful and special. I'm gonna, I think some people that are against it will be less against it if it's my own one speaking to me. But other people will be open to it, and I think that if someone's open to it, I mean, I'm doing it for free. I really don't want to go through the spiel again. I just want to hop right in. Welcome to the rabbit hole. I should have put on a costume. But coffee is a brewing, muffin I'll be a having. So, like, I just wanted people to realize that you're having your healthy muffin, not deserve, especially on your birthday, you deserve a little extra right-ons for not having cake for breakfast. As it's mentioned, it's a continuation from the previous one. Like, people can look at it and say it's not that long, I'll watch it. People will say, oh, it's early. I honestly, and I left things at, with one viewer who'd seen a few of my videos already, one who I think was a newbie, who said she would check him out, and I very much appreciate that. A lot of the activity happens live, occasionally, but less commonly on our channel. Underneath a video, might get a few likes. Some of them are long. I understand that. You watch what you can. But before G gets back, I just really wanted to, and also I got a card that made me think of. I heard somebody say a name to a dog that looked a little bit like the one on the card. We have had a corgi. I think the difference was that our dog Copper that I had growing up had more brown spots, and that dog looked a lot like him. And I don't feel things as strongly from pets, but I don't doubt that they are around us, and that that they're there for us as well. Or that they've made it to heaven is what I'm trying to say. Just a moment, please. That they've made it to heaven as well, and that they're with our loved ones. And sometimes what I do sense is them kind of being on their lap and at the feet of loved ones. But I just wanted to share what has since transpired since the previous video. So I came downstairs. I haven't had any coffee yet. It's still early here, so I might not be completely remembering. Other than that, a little bit further on this brand of these wraps, my friend said, you'll be in a band again when you're meant to be. And I says to G, I have a lot of time to be in one now. But when I'm meant to be. She also kind of was like, relax, a little bit. One thing that she shared is that she was part of many of my birthdays. That's not going to change. This is actually my first one without it, but there was 2 years when we didn't have a lot of contact. We can't live with those regrets for the most part. But but yes, as I've mentioned before, many times I spent it at the karaoke venue that she worked at. She passed in January. So, so then I came to, because that, I was a witness for a little while there. It was just like, that was so nice. And just the strong statement of, that's not going to change, And it's not just on your birthday either, of course, or on mine, and yours and yours. Anywho, so, and the numbers were really good this morning too. And G, has to head to work. It says now later, a little bit more hit and miss. But so we're gonna let him enjoy a bit of that too. Hopefully. But kind of because I'm feeling the moves that they may have had, but they don't need me to. I mean, I know they're around. But also morning, like I say, the fan was blowing in my face, talking or whatever. But so then I came to do this, and the main screen came up, and it wasn't coming to YouTube. And I went, and they went, like I saw the video. I'm like, come on, I want to do this, and I'm good, essentially, and I said, please, and then it started up fine. So, and I don't know if I think I'd said, or at least they knew I thought it, that G's really talented on the piano, and a lot of you know that. Some of you may not. So he's got to head to work shortly. He should be a working musician, so should we both, I feel like. But anyway, or at least in the entertainment and the arts field, although channeling is not that. I mean, it's creative and funny if they were creative and funny, but it's more of a healing thing. It's more of a realness than it is meant to be entertaining. I mean, certain types of things that we don't need to talk about here, certain types of media make people sometimes think the wrong thing about these kind of things. But there are shows like the Medium, Matt Fraser, which are a bit more accurate. And it's easy when you're watching that on a TV or whatever to think this is entertainment, this is media, and I wouldn't entirely disagree. But it's also healing for those that are experiencing it in person and for those who are watching it. And that's a similar reason as to why I sometimes bring it in as well. So I don't want him to get too distracted. I might just let it be in the background, and I'm going to be slow. But nobody was here when I did it, but for people that might show up afterwards, I did happen to have a pen in my hand and say, here's, I'm showing you a pen. You might get a show pen in a moment. So wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We got one person here. Oh, they left. At least it looks like they did, but that's not always accurate. So anybody who says, well, it makes sense to say it after it's live, and I don't think there's anybody else here to hear it while it's live. So why did the screen just dim? Or did it? Is it just my eyes? It must just be my eyes. Somebody's here. Here's some piano music to start things off. Why did the screen dim? It's not like it has to be plugged in. It's even showing the mic symbol. It's just I don't want him to see comments and start getting into podcasting. He knows I'm rolling, but he doesn't have time right now to get in the mode. And I'm doing stuff. So That's Chopin? I didn't even know that. And then we'll see what else comes up. I'm looking for the settings menu. No, it looks just as bright now. Okay. Is that read right? I do take the hand. No, just kidding. I do feel like each of my videos, whether the numbers are high or not, and they should be, is a success. That I'm doing something good. That it's reaching people in the way that is most beneficial for them. And in a way that they needed. Healing, laughter, hopefully not at my expense. And music. And I know, whether it's obvious or not, that in my heart that is true. I'll let you listen to him for a few more minutes. Then I'm just going to see him out the door. And we'll go from there. Yeah, that's being wonky. She might just, maybe she'll keep it open on her laptop or whatever and just find her way back. And then or she'll be like to her kids, before you go to school, show me how to get to this guy's channel because I'm a nurse nursing my injury. I want to be there for him. I really like watching him, and I don't know how to do YouTube. One of my friends, because my message system is being a bit wonky. I have something up in the one and it's not in the corner. Although I did message her there, so I'll go check that device in a moment. It's charging right now. She's like, no need, I'm here and you're queer. Just kidding. Welcome. Welcome to Just Listen. Give it a like, give it some emoji reactions, give it a subscribe, and hit the notification bell. Welcome to comment. Curious if you've been to the channel before, how you came across it, if you'd like to say, and where you're watching from. We are... may not be true, but and I'm annoyed at my brother. Just so you know, my sibling brother. I don't know if I want to talk about it or not, but I am feeling the angels saying, message for me at the moment. Who knows if there'll be one for you, whether it's for me or more obviously for you, it could be for you either way, in some way. They're saying, we always respect you, who you choose to be in your life, what you do, we're behind you all the way. Behind you and above you. So, she says, so it seems like Ray, but I have other females in heaven too, seems to be saying that, and I still have 3 videos from the other day to show them, but it's okay. Seems to be saying that when somebody's known, well, but he's not known me as long. He's closer to me, but when somebody's known you all your, it'll quiet down in a moment here. Is this ball related? It's right there. You can totally get it for being in that. When somebody's known you all your life and you make a change about yourself, I know there's a part of me that just wants to say, and it's just an adjustment, but that it's more readily accepted by heaven. So if that's something you're going through right now, you're making a big life change, the way you see yourself in some way, perhaps, and you maybe feel like you're getting mixed signals or you're not feeling supported, you likely have mine. I'm sure there's a few people, but you probably also have your angels, that have loved ones that have passed away, that would support you. I'd even go so far as, I've heard this before, to say that even though you don't know mine, they do. You know, as long as it's not harming, as long as it's doing something good that you feel is important to your life, that you feel matters to you, and it's not causing any, I'd like to say, then there's no problem with it, right? I'll let you listen to him for a moment. I've said why I'm not showing him on screen. You can see that back at the beginning, about 5 or 10 minutes in. Later, or now, let's say you left, you're like, I'm not seeing him on screen. You said. I am, I said. This week. It's like, why are you starting with a cookie? Cookie or cake is supposed to come after Muffin Man. Muffin Man? I know the Muffin Man, she says. As long as they don't touch my gumdrop buttons, I'm fine. Hi, Steve. Really? 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 I want him to, not have tears frozen to his face if it's cold enough for that now, and to not be like emotional wreck at work today, and to not be unable to bite because of the tears in his eyes. So can you guys just leave? Keep him safe. Visit with me. Visit with our viewers. But otherwise, please, that's sometimes talking out loud, writing it, letting it flow out. Letting it flow out. That means I'm so very, very happy and honored to do it for you, for free or by donation. But we all have the ability, so there's no need to be jealous about it. So letting it flow out, you'll know if it came from you or them, or at least I always do. Sure, I might agree. It's like, I would say that too. When you do it long enough, when you practice with it enough, you'll know. I want you to just listen to the piano, G and the G and C, getting into this bright and early, but has to go to work soon. He works a lot. He's not on here as often as we'd like him to be. He will be for tonight's party, hopefully, but I don't want anyone else to get mad at me. Let me move it a bit closer. I guess you didn't have 5 minutes more, eh?
No.
I thought that was still nice. That wasn't meant to be creepy. It was meant to be endearing. And it was G. It wasn't. You're like, oh, I think I'm becoming just as crazy as you. I'm seeing things now. Yeah, you're seeing me on the screen, telling you and anybody that comes in afterwards. And it's just a matter of like 2 or 3 minutes. At 19 mark, back in 2 or 3 minutes. It might even be less than that, but that's what it feels like. Hopefully he doesn't get noisy about the ball. And we'll have a ball, everybody. Woo! Sugar in this? Be right with you. Two of you here, feel free to say hi, and I'll be right with you. If you don't catch up, you're going up. Okay, I'm going to give you something because you just came from there, and you're not going to jump on my groin, please. So, talking about the dog, not the, like, oh, because I was ready. I'm going to bring the laptop back out here, actually. I brought this a little bit closer to the piano so you could hear him almost right before he stopped because he had to go to work. So, hello, everybody. Welcome. So, what is this channel about? Because, if you don't indicate, if you tell me you've all been here before, you can save my spiel a little bit. You should always program it in there so that you always know, oh, do I need to hear something about this today? I better go see GNC's channel. I mean, again, I'm not saying that other people aren't worthy and that they aren't posting stuff like this. There's so much on YouTube. That and the algorithms don't always work in the favor, but earlier this morning, the numbers were quite high. Again, maybe they were meaning to like, or they were just too distracted. A couple people did like some especially appreciated comments, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the notification bell. I appreciate it. But it's about music, uplifting, psychology, human behavior, wellness. Those are the main things. And I've been half paying attention as I sugared my coffee. And even though I kind of do put a lot of sugar in my coffee, I just want to do a taste test. Not that. That. And Slims. This is for your healing. We can have a laugh about it together. Laugh with, not at, hopefully. But Ray said, and you're starting with the cookie instead of the healthy muffin. Like, what the heck, bud? Kind of thing. I don't know why the lighting's changing. And I'm sorry, it just was on top of the muffins. It was, actually. That's not a lie. But I don't really know if I want to do the song. And I heard somebody do it the other day, and I thought, I'm mixed about that song. Oh, actually, I think I Know Who. And it would be really funny if the person who was watching that video tunes into this or is already tuned in. I don't know. I don't know why I struggled to find the settings option in here so much this morning because I don't usually. And is it on the screensaver by any chance? It just seems like it's bright and then it dims a little and then it's bright and then it. Anyway, but he wasn't. I don't know what made him do the song, or if it was just already kind of in his plan or his head. He wasn't looking at the comments when he did it, though, and I think he should have. Luckily, that person came over to my video right after and wasn't impacted. Because, some music is like that, wasn't impacted in a super negative way. So that was good. But I don't think I want to do the song, but there's a very unique word in the song. And basically, sorry, I'm just getting things set up a little bit here. There's a very unique word in the song that I may or may not want to talk about or do, but it made me think of my spouse's former spouse, Steve. And it also made me think of a karaoke memory from back in the day. I am musical. Musicians can do karaoke too. It's not, that odd. Sorry, I'm wandering around a little bit and not carrying the thing with me, but I continue to talk at least. But it's a laptop and yeah. Oh, that would be a great line. Where is the thing I'm looking for on this messy counter? Where is it, I tell you? I actually remember taking it out there the other day, but I don't remember seeing it there since. like, use something else to make the joke. You have to be so literal all the time. It's great and it's funny and it's amusing sometimes. Where he says, but it's you know, it's sometimes probably more of a hindrance. She says, "You like purple? Nobody can smell it from the screen, and if they can, they might be wearing something themselves, or just be really sensitive." Um, but got a little mystical. So I have been taking 10 minutes to butter a muffin, and it shouldn't take that long, right? So you're like, oh, if this guy takes 10 minutes to butter a muffin, I don't think he's that smart. No, I have ADHD. I've been multitasking. Some people will say men can't multitask. One person recently told me Mexicans can't. I don't mean to sound racist with this. He took it well. He knows I'm cool. I hope he eventually comes to the channel. But, and it was his wording, not mine. Get mad at him. But I did say, I thought that was a myth. I mean, just look at tacos. Came out of my mouth. I mean, look at all that's going on in a taco a lot of the time. That's not multitasking, right? I mean, there was a sign that I thought he was going to the other day, and this is way before Maxie. And I said, that's interesting. I said, yeah, it's a sign. You should go there. And there's actually a country song. I can't remember who it's by. I want to say Cody Johnson. Called You Should Be Here, I believe. Is that correct? Anybody know? Anybody show? Don't go looking it up. Well, unless you're just going to come back and tell me, yes, that's right, because maybe I'll do it. But you know what? They are here. And I'm bringing that back into things this morning. That I'm really happy that the viewers are here. I'm otherwise just at home with the dog right now. But the angels are also here. And that, of our loved ones. That, that I know. Okay. I've got cutlery that I haven't put away from the dishwasher yet. Everything else I have. And I probably have a knife that I could just reuse in this messy kitchen. I don't know where it is, so I'm using this one. And that reminds me of something that happened yesterday in here on my podcast, where I got a little bit. I think it was the 4 hour. I think there was just the 4 hour one the other day. You stay as long as you're able to, and you watch as much as you can. You can always come back and watch the rest or whatever. But basically, my dad visited. A couple other friends visited. And I think it was just after that ANVB and my friend Gina tuned in. So, and I don't know if there was anybody watching at the top of the time, but it was powerful to me. I'll tell you that much. And I'm not going to repeat it because I'm going to save my energy for, stuff I haven't done yet for the most part. And although I might struggle to pinpoint where that was in that video, I'm not going to get it exact anyway. So, anyway, point of the matter is, welcome here. As I slowly butter my muffin. If you're eating something, you're welcome to break bread and have a little bit of something with me. You could say this is the daytime version of the party, and it'll seem more like a party at times than other times. But welcome to the day in my life kind of thing. I said the other day, I see some people that have posted those, and they're like shorts or like 5 minutes long. That is the shortest day I've ever seen. Man, sometimes I wish days were that short sometimes, but usually it's very lovely and a blessing, and there's lots of goodness within a day, and they really aren't, right? So let's share our day together. Our day and our days. I'll give you the days. It was a goofy little rhyme I came up with this morning. Okay. Is that butter enough? I don't know. I think I missed a side. Because I missed a 5. And all of this stuff, like this muffin has nuts and seeds on it. Peanuts on the side. In a good way. And Okay. But I'd like to, if I'm going to be at the keyboard, I don't want it to be like yesterday where I need to plug it in. There's no good outlet by the keyboard. When you have a dog, about the milk up. When you have a dog, you can't just lay food on the couch for a moment. It won't stay there. Yeah. Can I do this all? Did I put my water up there already? Or was that one that was already there? No, I think this is it. Okay. Just bear with me. I'm just going to bring some stuff to the other room because I can't carry my muffin, my coffee, my water, and a laptop all at once. And I'm almost still. I'm kind of bringing the muffin first. That should be the last thing I go back for after what I did a moment before that. But I don't always listen to myself. Whether listen in that I should, I do my best. I do my best. And I am very self-aware, and I've been told that too. So, I mean, sure, I'll bring this since now I have a spare hand. Okay. I don't really want that light on, but I might want this one on for a little bit extra brightness. Don't know if it'll make much difference in this room, and it was brighter on the screen earlier, and somebody told me it's kind of dark, but I don't really care. I'm just happy to be here. So that was nice, and I said, I don't really care. I mean, I care, even if my hair is messy because I just woke up. So, but now I've got my hat on, and we are as good as can be for the most part. But that's something I'm hoping. I don't know what to say. I mean, part of me thinks, things will just come up, and that's fine. Part of me thinks go see the post I made last night because it was kind of and it looks like you just did, or at least it's indicating nobody's watching right now. But it was 32 minutes already, really, and this is the second one already this morning. Just one of those kind of days, really. Anyway, but yeah, speaking of that song a little earlier, though, it's true. My Riviera. Alice, whatever it is. Where's it? Oh, right over there. I have a vivid karaoke memory. There are 3 that stand out. I shared one just the other day. The other 2 is at a place I didn't usually do it at, and somebody was singing Spice Girls, and we were all kind of. Another one was actually another place I don't usually go to. I mean, I was mostly at one venue weekly. But I am also musical. But, I wasn't in a band at those times, and it's hard to get a lot of gigs and I don't like bars that much, although I mean, these were at bar-like places. But I was younger then, Anyway, and there was one time when there was like a bunch of, I mean, sure, these places are a lot younger people that go to them, but not only. Like the one that I went to most regularly was a mix. In fact, there was a lot of older people. But it was pretty balanced, I would say. But this one place, this old lady, probably no offense if you're this age, it's old to me. Age is just a number pretty much. Like nothing to be ashamed of. I know it can be hard getting old sometimes, and today's the day that I really, I know that for some reasons. But anyway, this lady, she must have been about 70 years old. She was up on stage and she was singing The Lion Sleeps Tonight. And she had all these anywhere between 18 and mid-30s maybe year olds dancing at the stage, looking like they were doing African dancing. And, of course, it's interesting, to hear a woman. Well, no, I mean, it has some high parts. I wonder if I should sing that, but there's a couple things that are telling me no. But just to show you I can do it, you tuned in at a great moment, just to let you know. Just to show you that I can do it if you don't already know. And the dog's sitting watching quietly as I eat my muffin. And I'm about to go, wee, away. You're like, oh my God, what was that? My ears, my headphones, my ears. All right. But either he came back or 2 other people came instead. And they're like, I think he was about to sing my favorite song. Anywho, But the one that I was reminded of this morning uh, was us and some friends, me and some friends, and we kind of there was like a step up next to where my friend hosted. There was like a, I don't know how to say it other than a step up and a rail. I remember once there was this guy who sang Rhinestone Cowboy and he jumped over it. I don't know how the heck he did that, but I almost remember I'm taking off a shirt, or maybe that was just anyway. And there's this rail, and then at the far end is how you get up, and there's some tables, right? So we were all, I remember us all leaning against this rail and singing this one particular song. But I feel mixed about doing this particular song, but I mean, it's a memory of good times. She's like, yeah, it was, wasn't it? And that's the soul of my dear friend Ray, who passed away. Showing you just a very short snippet of the fact that they can be with us. They can even communicate with us from the other side. So get eating that muffin. My goodness, are you suddenly the health patrol? Today I am. You're going to probably have too much cake later, and who knows what else. And just looking out for you, bud, you know that. And also spreading awareness to others. I speak about this sometimes, and I don't know what to say. But I'll speak about it anyway. It's kind of like, it's okay to have treats. Sweet stuff is good, even if you don't like candy. And it's hard to avoid sugar. But, you know, cookies, ice cream, pastries, who wouldn't like it, right? But, and also sometimes we have it in our genetics. And it really is. And I think that maybe possibly they knew they had been through reason lost, and they also realized, yes, it is so easy because it's so diet based and genetic. It is so easy to get diabetes. It really is. My friend, and it would be really interesting if one day one of her relatives saw this. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about her, and I think it would be lovely if they did. I know that I've had some mixed interactions with her sister, especially since her passing. I know that she said hi to me at the funeral, though. Part of me is actually kind of thinking now, I wonder if that came through my friend Ray. Her young widow seemed like a very lovely man, and she was way too young. I'm surprised her dad didn't seem younger. I mean, people get gray hair. I'm getting some grays, and I'm a year older today. So, but it's hard not to be impulsive sometimes. It's just so hard to avoid it. I almost think 9 out of 10 people are going to develop diabetes at some point. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, but I mean, so like this healthy muffin that I'm having probably has some sugar in it, and I'm about to put some salt on it or do something, get more butter. I thought I put a lot of butter on it. Just have coffee with it. I don't know. It's dry. But I'm thankful. I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful for it sustaining me. You know, um, and who wouldn't be thankful for coffee? You're like me, I don't drink coffee. Oh, you're one of them weird tea drinkers, right? Tear? There might be a few. I'll collect them in a cup and give them to you. No, because it's about feeling the feels. It's about healing. It's about being there for each other. It's about enjoying some music, which might move us, in one way or another. Sometimes, it's not like some people see in movies or certain TV shows, but sometimes I get flash visuals or like I don't hear anything, but she's like doing something a little bit behind this wall. Is what I'm sort of sensing. Like she just went into the kitchen and she's doing something. Let's just say It involved a zipper sweater. And we'll leave it at that. Hi, Cole. The dad. Mark, Marie, Holly. My goodness, you guys didn't waste any time. And whether we can sense things strongly or not, if we have loved ones in heaven, we should definitely be open to the fact that they are with us. Wouldn't we want that? Wouldn't we want that? I mean, sure, some people might get a little bit uncomfortable or creeped out by it. But were you uncomfortable or creeped out by them when they were living? Just them in a different form. That was so well said. Nobody was here to hear it. I didn't need to hear it. I know it already. But somebody on the playback might watch it. Maybe that person that was here watching this morning doesn't have time until after work today. PA wouldn't be that much of a different time zone. Maybe she's like, yes, I'm going to check out his channel. Maybe this is what she'll see, and maybe that's what she'll hear. So it's all good. But do you have any questions about? Okay, it looks like you left, but maybe that's inaccurate. So I almost thought I was hearing something in the kitchen now. Like now I'm hearing. Now it's clear audience. Do you have any questions about what this video title is? Something that the description, which was short, says? Do you have a song request? I remember back when I used to get these muffins. They're quite filling muffins. And this is from someone who sometimes has quite an appetite. And I have been up for a while. But I'm thinking, I don't know if it's because I'm distracted or I'm just not hugely into muffins. It's been a while since I've had these, actually, or since I've had a muffin. And it's kind of like, I might have to put the rest of that aside. So we shall see. So like before the end of the day, you will finish that muffin. What are you going to do about it? I don't know how open I should be. I mean, if it's just one or two people here and I'm familiar with them, cool. Otherwise, it's like, you get to know me. You get to know me pretty fast, and you get to know that I don't really have a filter. I feel like, because I'm never sure if the people that are here, unless I know, but usually I don't, if they've heard me say certain things before. So sometimes I say them in almost every podcast. But, and I don't mind it, but it's a little bit, it feels a bit repetitive. But it is what it is. Anyway, I don't think anybody's here right now, and I'm just going to memorialize this for myself, even though I probably remember it. It's like, okay, go ahead and thank you. Well, you don't want to do it yourself? It didn't quite sound like the laugh I remember having, which I sometimes have very strongly heard with my telepathy or my memory. But, we all have more than one style sometimes. So that's fine. Colton, I haven't seen you in a while. And if somebody else sees this, well, you can ask me whatever you want to ask me. But yeah, man, I've been busy partying and I've been busy keeping it real. Whatever that means, right? In heaven, But they are still very much who they are. Just without as many struggles, without the health problems. But again, that's heading down the path where it's like, this is sounding very appealing to some people, I'm sure. And again, let's talk a little bit first. If you're hearing up to this point, likely in the playback because nobody's here right now, but if you're hearing I think somebody was there just long enough to hear it, and I understand it may have came across in a deep manner. Let's talk about it. Let's feel the feels. Let's be vulnerable. Let's talk, and hopefully get you to better ways of feeling. Right. I'm just gonna put this muffin in the. Probably should put it in the fridge. And I sort of want to heat up my coffee. But yes, if there's any questions based on the topic of this video, based on I picked up my water because I want to drink, and I almost said based on water. A song request you have, feel free to ask. I'm tempted to say that there was a bit more further from a certain somebody's loved one after I wrapped up, but I'd rather wait till I know that they're for sure hearing it. Like if this was just near the beginning, and like I said, this might be the one that they watch next, then but they might. Sometimes people are random and they're like, or they miss. They kind of, their eye doesn't fall on it, even though it's right there. And then they're looking at a different one, and maybe that's meant to be. And really, it was just more of a message for myself. I think, not to sound selfish, like I'm hogging your loved one's spiritual messages, but essentially, it was a thank you. Okay, basically, it was, yeah, and it was not wanting to disrupt my morning routine too much. And I said, "Well, that's nice of you." And she says, "I'm a nice lady." Basically, it was that. And I'm a nice lady too, sometimes. I know you're like, okay, I've made a connection with you now, and I'm really happy, and I'm wanting to connect with my daughter so badly. But ma'am, I'm going to tell you that if she's not here, it would be, yeah, but you said she might see this afterwards. Yeah, but man, and this doesn't happen often. Usually it's my loved ones. Partly it's because sometimes people aren't asking me to channel often, though. That's really what it is. But yeah, but we can't. Neither of us can guarantee that. Watch, and she probably will be, and she'll be like, "I really wish you would have said something." Browse around on the live streams. If nothing else, I hope you enjoy them. But if you hear something that you really need to hear, feel the feels. Let's talk about it if you want. And if you hear something that you think that sounded like my mother, it may have been me, because I wasn't channeling her at that time. But as I mentioned earlier, she may be guiding you to see it. And so it's from her a little bit too. That's really cool how that kind of came up. I can't remember the last time an example like that happened. That's really cool. So, what's next in this podcast, you may ask as you tune in. It's been a little bit quiet, but this morning's and it's still morning, but that's okay. Day in the life today, and let's do this. Woo! I could take that. Well, should I? It was very brief, although it was a little bit longer than usual. And it even did briefly flash in my mind for the angels. But it also just, I always love the hugs. So I'm trying to decide now if I want to kind of tune in a bit more to what and I can tell. Okay, my dog. Hey, yeah. Now you a gift from the heavens as well. Hey, yeah. I'd show him, but I want to be a bit more private. Even though I'm very open on things on here, yeah, he's kind of got a unique look, and I don't know. I don't want to get him too into the, I don't know. He's made appearances occasionally, but sometimes I'm really just trying to focus, even if I don't know what I'm focusing on entirely. So I'll be right back, though. Well, you already had a thing. I hate to send you up there, but I am podcasting. And so, I don't want to give you another thing. If you're going to be noisy, you might as well. Okay, so I'm just the one person you can hear me say it, but at the 5 hours, no, at the 50. Sorry, I've just got to briefly go up. We have a puppy, and he just went upstairs, and I want to make sure that doors are closed or that he's kept in the one room so he doesn't get into anything. But I want to put this note for people that might tune in while I'm up, and I might have to do a quick pit stop, very, very quick while I'm up there. But so let's say at the 50, usually I don't notice this, but it's like the numbers moving as I'm trying to type it and figure out, and the numerology is kind of coming into my head a little bit too. So at the hour mark, at this point, yeah, at the hour mark, no, it went from 50 to 51. I was expecting it to go to, I don't know why, because how the time works. Yes, if you have any thoughts, questions about the title, okay. Maybe it's a little different if people read it too. At the 53 mark. Away, I'm leaning on my coffee cup. Away from the screen for under 5 minutes. Feel free to say where you're watching from in the world. The channel if it's your first time. He does not. I mean, I don't know why. I guess because I'm kind of curious sometimes to know if somebody is close to my age, but it doesn't really hugely matter to me. And the other thing is too is that, but it seems like they often are. I get a lot of people from a certain country, but also the States. I had one from Ontario the other day. It seems like I rarely get Canadians watching, fellow Canadians, but and I get a lot of the younger demographic, like sometimes slightly awkward, but a lot of them are pretty well spoken, and I aim to be as good of an influence as I can be with my lack of filter. I think that when I notice that they're there, even though I have my little spiel about we can't shield youth from the world and worldly topics and I do try and, but I'm not used to it, and I'm me. I do try and tone down a little bit. It's your first time here on the channel, and of course, thoughts about the title. Okay, so somebody did just tune in, and I really hate to do it, and I hate to repeat myself, but I have to run upstairs for about 3 to 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. Truth be told, I've also been rolling for 53 minutes, and plus I think it was 15 minutes or so the previous one, and I barely slowed down, and I've been kind of talking out loud to myself. It's just been me at home, or when V was here, and my angels, and I barely slowed down. So just give me a moment, okay? It's actually at the 54 moment, but close enough. I hate to do it, and I wish I could figure out. I've asked my Maxi channel a couple times. Nobody either knows or it's got a very active chat. And he certainly hasn't said himself because he thinks I'm just chatting with the others for the most part, unless I capitalize it like I'm shouting and tag his name. But that was special, though. It really was. But yeah, it's kind of like, what do you call it? It's kind of like, I don't know how to put that filler in. And now watch a younger version of me. Or do I? I know, I said 53, so I'll have to actually change that in a moment. The other day, I actually was looking for pictures of my dad, and some people would think you have all kinds of family photos on your walls, don't you? Well, don't most of us? These very much represent an interest of my dad's. Always over my shoulder. A lot of time, actually, come to think of it, But I really don't. I have one family photo. I was quite young, and so was my brother. Um, and I've had an on and off relationship with my mother, or an iffy relationship with my mother. So I actually put something over her photo, over her in the photo, and my dad's in it. And I keep getting the feeling like it's over here in this corner somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure, and I sure as heck ain't seeing it. But there is something on this special day that I was intending to do, and I. Oh, right. That's okay. Basically, she's just very busy. Basically, I want to send her more photos later. Basically, did the ones I sent the other day not send? No, they didn't. Do I try again? I don't know. She's very much a photo-based person, um, and it's still trying to actually. It's not going to be a audio or moving still when I run upstairs, and I'm taking longer than I meant to, briefly. But I'm thinking I'll load a photo. And I think I have them on my current one, but there's reasons why I want to. Oh, there's at the end of the list. I want to go to this one, even though it's early. Some people probably, posted the other day because they're in a different time zone, or they were looking at the section and what's going on with Julian. And where is it? Okay, here it is. So I'm just looking for something to kind of put on the screen while I run upstairs for like 5 minutes or less, just to take care of a couple of things. I also wrote a little bit in the comments you can check out. This one's been quieter, but the previous one had a bit of activity, and this week has been especially good for podcasts. Watch It Be Jackie that just tuned in, because I'm seeing a picture of another Jackie right now. No, you did not. You did not pass away. And sometimes it's kind of like I just want to confirm, before I go into, feelings. I mean, like I said, I'm used to my own loved ones, and I know those situations. But sometimes it's like I don't feel the confidence, because I mean, sometimes I do, and there's a surprise. It's like I told you, but it's often like I just don't, I don't feel as confident sometimes. Okay, sorry. So I'm just looking for a picture. Well, Marianne actually comes first. She's like, sorry about that. I remember once actually the coolest thing transpired when I was doing a video, and it was one of the more recent times that my Cole had tuned. It was part of it, and I had a white sheet here, and happened to find myself make the shape of angel wings. I don't know if it looked like I had the wings, but there was something that might be the Italian waltz the other day. There was something that made me think of flying around. But anyway, and that painting. No, that's chips. It was here. It may not be now. Oh well. Oh well. And I forget that guy's name, but I meant to just quickly take a look. Sorry, I'm being distracted, ADHD, but I'm multitasking. I'm keeping the flow of it moving at least. Who do we got? 20? Seriously? And obviously, some people don't look at the fact that I haven't used that page in a while. Today is thy birthday. And, it's always interesting to see who you hear from on social media. I don't use a lot of sites, but I do use it. On social media, some of which you don't hear from very much otherwise, but it's still kind of nice. and it's telling me at 8:50 a.m. our time. This might be a Guinness. Okay, yeah, a Guinness record that 20 people have already posted. They're like, okay, I guess you don't need anybody to say that. Have already posted my old profile. I mean, I can look at it, but I can't. But anyway, just gonna browse these names for a moment here. No, that's 2024, but it was at the top. Oh wait, I see. Okay. I sort of want to look at this while I go up, but yeah, and okay, so actually, the really has it only been a minute? Well, I think I typed it like 2 or 3 minutes before it got to that point, figuring I'd be slow, but not figuring I'd be this slow. 1 hour, let's say 5 minute mark, and I'll give myself a bit of a buffer, and then I have to run upstairs briefly. Um, if you don't mind that I don't put anything on the screen, I kind of want to look at something on here, but honestly, I'm not going to be up very long. But I mean, I feel like he probably just went right, but he's in there all day. I don't know. You know what? He's better than he was when he was really, a young puppy. It is true. Welcome, welcome. This one's been a bit quieter, but they've been doing quite well this week, and I appreciate that. And otherwise, it's hit and miss, but I'm glad to have you here. It's kind of an interesting one. It just says celebrating your birthday. I'm not super familiar with the individual either, but like you're like celebrating just like by yourself. It's his birthday. I like beer. I like cake. Woo! Just don't overdo it, right? It'd be really interesting if that name was something that kind of. Do we want to invite Marilyn Monroe into this? I know that sounds weird, right? But I mean, it is about traveling, and I've traveled with a few favorite people. But what I mean is that as somebody who I haven't talked with for a while that I'm connected to, their profile photo is Marilyn Monroe. Their name is actually Michael. And hello, Rivka, as well. How are you? I don't know though. So I don't know if that was accurate, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm counting. Anywho, and the second one is really baffling me. But the way that my device has been lately, I kind of can only access this by kind of multitasking with an app. And okay, it's not an hour 5 minute mark yet. I'm just going to type that there, and I don't want it to disappear. If it's been too long before I send it through, so I'm just going to type that there, so that I can do what I was going to do initially. Like I say, I don't know how to put those fillers in. It is kind of cool, though he doesn't look that much younger and he's not that old. But this guy, musician that I follow, when he takes a brief intermission, he'll say, "Now take a look at my younger self." And he's got himself playing music there, and it just, there's no moment of stillness or quietness. It's just keep the party going. And I guess I feel mixed about that. But at the same time, and he's got a great following, and people would probably be okay with it if there was. It's not that I don't, but it ebbs and flows. I mean, or some of my peeps. I wonder how long those two would have been able to stay, or if I would have made them late for work or whatever, right? But sometimes, yeah, basically, I do. I have some really great new subscribers, um, randoms sometimes, and that. But I feel like the ones that are new to me, they're gonna. If I'm not on the screen when they come here, they're gonna be like, okay, doesn't seem to be much happening here. I guess I'll leave. But if they'd only wait 5 minutes or less, the party would continue. Um, so while I'm looking for it, now I'm in a. Okay. I am being kind of, I don't know what to think. So, what has transpired is I went to look at my page. I saw a happy birthday post. I saw one from somebody I'm not super familiar with. Um, I must have connected with them a long time ago and never chatted with them. Um, we're all guilty of that sometimes, I suppose, right? And her name is kind of unique. I'm not going to focus too much on the first name, but the full name is kind of unique. And I don't believe it's the person who I actually kind of know of with that name, because that person would be in my blended family and probably only about 8 at the oldest, maybe 11. I haven't seen them much. They live in another town. There's been some family stuff going on a little bit, and this is not them. Like I say, because I mean, yeah, maybe some, lots of kids are on the internet. I mean, it's just technology is, these days. But that lady looked indigenous or something, and this girl isn't. I almost kind of remember her name. Yesterday, and actually a couple times recently, it showed me the profile. In fact, one time it said suggestions, and it showed, and they're a couple, and they were together in the photo, and then it suggested somebody else, and then it showed them again. That's happened a couple times. I don't know if it's telling me to go to a restaurant, which I think is only open for breakfast and lunch, and she's at work for both. Myself, with a bit the money I have, I didn't mind it. It's kind of, they don't have a lot of items, and it's kind of unique, and it's raining, and yes, it's not as far as the other thing I was going to, or it might be raining. It's holding out so far, but I don't know. And it's and everybody, people work nights, some don't work currently, some work part-time, some people are on vacation, whatever it is. It's a small place. It can get noisy. It's a neat place. I don't know if it's telling me, and she's kind of got a unique name, and there's a restaurant that has this person's first name in it near us, which is kind of an important thing for us. But I don't know if it's raining or we can't figure out what. But I do want to go out for dinner with G and maybe one or two other people. So I don't know. I don't know. I just had that muffin, or some of it. I already kind of have my lunch planned. Like I say, the rain and the fact I don't think they're open at dinner hour. I don't know what it's telling me. I don't know if it's telling me to connect with these family members, but like this couple, even if they might not even realize that it's my birthday yet. Like, it's a blended family. I'm not that close with them. I haven't seen them, I think, since maybe the year, like maybe 2021, 2022. And I want to be careful, but see if you recognize somebody in this picture. In fact, I'm going to just try and zoom in on just her. Just give it a moment to adjust. Hopefully it will. Usually it does. The lighting is kind of bright. There we go. Anybody recognize that woman? You should. Well, I shouldn't say you should, but she's kind of a famous person. Anyway, I don't know if it's telling me, like, I saw her briefly. She dropped off a card and some money. I have seen her a few times recently, kind of by choice, because they can be kind of hard to be around, and supposed to get that call tonight, but service provider. But then we were also going to do my birthday podcast, so I think hopefully he'll just say, when I agreed to the call back, I haven't had a lot of time to think about it more, and I'd forgotten that I have a birthday celebration to celebrate tonight. So, he had forgotten. Just in the moment. He says, well, I think about it, he says, okay, I can call back tomorrow or something like that. The guy said, and the guy didn't know. And he said, okay, sure. This is the thing I was trying to find. Again, give it a moment to adjust. What made it behave? Maybe I just need to turn on the light in the room. Anyway, that's not. It's a painting, a small painting that I have somewhere on the clutter of the couch. That's something I struggle with though. So, well, it's nice to thanks Dad and Ray for showing me those. Yeah. So this is kind of a trip down nostalgia memory lane. Joseph, I hope he's okay. Here's a picture of my dad. Curious if you think we look alike. It's a bit blurry. It's an old photo from like the 80s or 90s. I'm going to put a light on. This is sharing photos time. I didn't want to focus too much on that kind of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Robin, lack of the industry. Screenshots. But just be respectful, Now he's probably got white hair. And that's not the best picture, but it matters to me. And then I accidentally clicked out of them all, so I have to go back. And then Robin, and we're talking diabetes, and hello, Ray again. I have been meaning to go upstairs for the past 5 or 10 minutes, very briefly. So I'm going to edit this and say, I have to make sure that our puppy is contained to a certain room while I'm doing this, so he doesn't get into anything because he went up there. And then also I have to do another quick pit stop. So at the 1:12, 25 mark, away for 5 minutes or less. But I do have some things in the chat. You're welcome to talk. You're welcome to look at and comment, and join in the chat. Not forced, but invited. But I kind of want to show a photo on the screen. I kind of want. This is JP. I was talking about him the other day. There we go. Learning about lighting and device upon device. This is not a great picture of my cousin Mark that I sometimes mention, and actually his brother Terry. You're like, why are we looking at your family photos? She looks a lot like Holly on that screen. Because I'm sometimes looking at photos might be a way of helping one channel, although that might be a little bit hard on YouTube, on a YouTube channel, because I don't think you can send photos, only GIFs or emojis. But you can also look at them yourself and see what comes from it. This is the other photo. This is Hilda. She lived to be 104, and this was at like 99 or something like that. This is the quirky Clark. I'll get a hang of this, I promise, at some point. Yeah. I don't know. I wanted to find a photo to kind of have up while I'm briefly away. But I keep clicking out of them, and I think I'll just tell you that I've got to step away from the screen for about 5 minutes, probably less. You can read the comments. You can join into the comments. And I'll try and be quick, I promise. So there was 2 people there until just before I got up. They were only there for a couple minutes, so they obviously weren't very deep. Obviously. anybody out there? I want to remember to look up a song, and at least look at it and decide if I want to do it. And it'd be really funny if guys said, "Oh, one of my angels told me that." One of you, what? You do it too? Next question is, why do you do cocaine? Next comment is, I'll wait till there's somebody here to hear it. I don't want to forget what I was doing. Better not say party with him. I don't have to sometimes. I mean, certainly I don't let him know every time. That isn't intentional. I mean, isn't intentional, but I don't know if it shows his message redirected otherwise, though. Yeah, it was almost exactly 5 minutes, maybe 4. So like, you ever delete no comments? So I have a song in mind. I haven't heard it in a while, and I'm just going to take a quick look at it. I take song requests. We can talk about the topic of this video, aside from the music as well. There's some very special things about this song that's come up to me, and there's 3 others to show them. One to finish showing them, and 2 others. But after podcasting last night, I was like, I didn't want to hear myself, even though it went well. It's like, you know, hear myself a lot. Sometimes I just need to hear someone else. Okay, if the dog's going to be like that, just a moment. Does that mean you're wandering, or is somebody just really loud and not practice that? Really? No way, Jose. You're like, yeah, you sure you're on the podcast? The angels are having fun upstairs in my bedroom without me. I know that may sound weird, but you know, I have different types of relationships with different ones. In fact, I remember once in a group, I should try and find that again because I don't know how many people post that group. But somebody asked, "Has anybody else experienced this?" And it was the most random and kind of unique thing, and I was kind of like, "Yeah, a couple times." But he had like 3 Instagrams, and I don't remember. Anyway, no, I'm already. The chord pattern is kind of interesting. I'm already not liking the lyrics though. I might listen to it to myself or for myself, but that one I'm not gonna do. But it's very special because my cousins really loved them. I think I have heard Ray sing 1 or 2 of the songs, and at that series of workshops, somebody had mentioned going to a concert of this person, and I think she was another one that had some vocal cord injury for a while there. And yeah, so, and I don't know if there's other songs of hers that I really want to do either. Do I not have? You know, I'm a little bit unsure what to think. It's kind of like the other day. It might be kind of cold. It may or may not be windy. It doesn't look windy. And I know sometimes some people may tune in and say, every time I tune in, you're talking about the weather like you're an 80-year-old man with nothing, or 80-year-old person with nothing better to talk about. Which reminds me, although that's kind of a love song, sort of, kind of, it reminds me of a Randy Travis song. And watch the person say, ironic, my name's Randy, or my name's Travis, or my name's Travis, my brother's name is Randy. Which kind of reminds me of an email I got from mine. I feel mixed. And I feel like almost my angels did kind of give me a bit of a message on it. But, and I got their point, but I'm not sure if I agree or, yeah, I'm just not sure. I kind of looks like the weather's holding up. I sort of want to, but I don't need to. I've had my breakfast. I don't really feel like being in a noisy environment right now. You know, you never know when you're going to need the cash. I don't know. I don't know. But at the same time, this is an interesting question that comes before me. At the same time, and it's like just after 9 a.m. in the morning here, if I was asked, you could put this question in two different ways. And the location isn't really easy for me to get to anymore. I used to be able to walk 5 minutes and be there practically. But if I was asked if I could go back, whether my loved ones that I connect to the place were alive again or on Earth or not, would I? There are so many things we can want to do in life, but and it's okay to have to put effort in a little bit, but you got to know when something's not really attainable, right? Sometimes you never know the adventures a day is going to bring. Although I really do intend to stay home all day today, I think. But and if I do go out, I won't have my Wi-Fi around me, so I won't be able to podcast it. So not that that wouldn't make it not worth it, but it would make it a little less worth it. It's very interesting, and it's not a question I need to answer, but I'll try to. And I'm curious what your answer would be. Hi, Ayman Naveed. How are you? Welcome. How did you come across this channel out of curiosity? Is it your first time? I don't believe I almost recognize your name as if you may have came from Terrace Chat or something. I'm quite popular in India, actually, if that's where you're living. It sounds like it's a Middle Eastern name you have. I don't know what it is about me, but they seem to like me. And we got a second person here, too. Anyway, I was just about to... Oh, you live in Australia. Okay. But or of a Middle Eastern background, or I mean, I'm not asking in a racist. I'm just curious. That's very interesting. What part of Australia? Sydney? Because my brother was in a famous band in Sydney for a while. I was just kind of thinking about him a little bit, but then I was about to ask myself an interesting question. I kind of articulated it, but you may have came in just afterwards, and I'm curious what other people would say. And I'm going to give my perspective, and there seems to be a reason. Geerling, Gerling, and he was in the band for about 12 to 14 years. And when he left it, one of the members seems to have been trying to keep it going, possibly like a stage name, or I don't know if he had other members. Ever heard of it? How long have you been in Sydney? That's amazing. When did my brother email me and call me the wrong thing? And she thought it was an offhand remark. Mother didn't know what I was telling her. I think when I was telling her something. It's not that I'm always serious. I can be very silly. So, yeah, have you ever heard of that band? They played at the Big Day Out Festival. Um, he worked at a funny name studio at one point in time called the Big Jesus Burger. If you know anybody musical there, they may have actually worked with him because he's done production too. Watch, my brother. That would be insane or wild. I mean, Sydney is a big place, but But I want to get back to the other thing I was saying too. You're probably sitting there thinking, Gearling, Gearling, why does that sound familiar? Gearling, Gearling. Oh my gosh, yes. I saw them once. I'll never forget. I know, and this is close to maybe about half an hour before a group I used to go to time. But I remember telling this story in what genre they were doing because it's actually a bird story connected to something that makes me think of him too, and three other people just did. Bit of a funny story. So my brother played keyboard and bass, and I'm musical as well. And one time, I can't remember how. I mean, I've always been proud of him. A little bit jealous at times, but always proud of him. And one point in time, I was looking at I think he had a fan page for the band on a social media site. And I got to talking with this one lady, and she watched a video I posted back then. Um, and I thought she had said the cocktails were talking to me. But she had said, and you're like, ooh, cocktails. Party! The party has begun. But you don't need alcohol to party. That's true, right? Anywho, Emma, you still there? Ayama, however you say it. Actually, it sounds, no, Navid does not sound African, though. Anyway, it's all good. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm talking about. I'm here in Canada, by the way. So anyway, I said, you might want to watch this when you're sober. It's kind of serious. I think I was sharing a song about my brother, actually. And she says, what? And then I look back at it and she said her cockatiels. She has cockatiel birds. And I'm going to tell, I don't know if you believe in the afterlife. I do. And I feel like my angels are extra with me today, but I also really appreciate the YouTube community and that as well. But in this video has been a bit quieter than some of them. So I'm really glad that you're here. But I'm having to tell some of them. I showed a picture of JP earlier. I haven't showed one of Ray, but I have in other videos. And I'm having to tell them, behave. As much as I don't want to. And don't get into too much wildness up there. And that is in more ways than one. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I was going to wear a little bling. Ayama, however you say it. Are you there? Crazy guy. Bro, one day you will become What do you mean by that? And are you someone I'm familiar with that's changed your name on here? Or is this the first time we are connecting? And I have a reason why I'm asking that. And not because I think they're a crazy guy. How do you define that you're a crazy guy? In your words, sorry. I'm going to, before I forget, go back to something. Your hard work, I appreciate. Well, thank you. Hard work in what area are you referring to, out of curiosity? The reason why I ask is, although it was funny, because I had thought I'd been misreading. There's somebody who comes to my videos occasionally. It's been a little while. And I don't know what the ha-has are about, but anyway, and I thought, because I haven't said it yet, the funny part, you gotta put a few more comments because I'm really trying to get a sense of you. I do appreciate you saying my hard work. You appreciate though. Love from Pakistan. Yeah, I'm popular there too. Well, thank you. Crazy can mean not necessarily a bad thing. Is this the first time you've been to my channel? And welcome, by the way. Pakistan Zindabad. Celebrate. Come on and celebrate. Okay, yes, I agree, but let's not focus too much on that topic because it's sad and I don't. Yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting because, I was just about to tell the story of there's a young man who follows my channel. I thought that was something else, that image for a moment there. And he, oh, thank you. I almost acted a little too quickly, actually, but you haven't. You're doing the right thing, and I appreciate it. Um, it is a way that some people talk. You're a beast. You rock, kind of thing. You just put on some bling, although you can't see it on the camera right now. Uh, but it will when I move it over there. Heart, heart, heart. I appreciate it. Um, I had thought it had said Mr. Breast, and I was quite amused, being a bit of a rude man. And then I noticed not, and he has two different channels. I've been a little bit confused in some ways, and I haven't heard from him in a while, and I almost thought that was you going by Crazy Guy. It's like, no, you're a guy, and yeah. But what inspired your name? You're going to say, because I'm crazy. I'm curious how you define it. In Ghost Man, or Ghost Minnesota, Ghost Minneapolis, Ghost MN. I would say, and media misrepresents this sometimes, but I would say that angels are not ghosts. The way I believe in ghosts is that they might be what comes before becoming an angel in heaven, or they're just completely fictional. That I've never really been 100% sure of. But I know that, a lot of things that people think ghosts do, angels are way better. They're but and I thought that flag was a bunch of beds in a row, which was, but Ghost Man, I want to hear a bit more from you. Um, uh, and it's stuff that I talk about. I answered somebody that asked me that just the other day. I'm struggling with unemployment, but I'm somewhat self-employed. I'm a healer. I'm a musician. I'm into the creative. I'm into like arts and stuff like that. Um, and I do some life coaching here and there. You? Oh, and Ghostman, you did say your name is Robert, which is really ironic because, and I know Angela, because my dad's middle name was Robert. And he passed away when I was quite young. In fact, just before, I'm seeing a number on the screen right now, and it was just before I was that age. How is your life going on? Also, do we still have Ayama here in Canada? You're in Canada? Or were you here earlier and maybe heard me mention Canada? Have you been lurking before you commented? I'm glad you're commenting now. Again, you might want to change your username. It might be a little bit misleading to some people, but then they get comments from you and they get to know you, I guess. Ghostman, are you there? Oh, right, you did say that, didn't you? But I also said I'm in Canada, near Edmonton. So yeah, okay. I remember. Proud Canadian, man. um, Sometimes I wish I lived in other places, though. I'd still be Canadian. But how is my life going on? Going forth? I really don't know. I wish I did. It's some things. I mean, like a lot of people's lives, I suppose. But some things have been really lovely, and other things have been really hard. Ghostman, if you don't say something more soon, I hate to say it, but I might start thinking of you as like a troll or a bot. And I also can moderate my own. So, I mean, not trying to be rude or threatening to you, but prove me wrong like Radio Guy did, and I'll keep you around. Um, I hope other people won't be shy to roll in when they see Crazy Guy in the comments, Crazy Guy in the video. It's like it's a whole lot of craziness. But yeah, where's Mr. Breast? Breast Beast. I have questions for him. It's my party. That reminds me. So I want to remember. It keeps coming to mind. I've almost not done so a couple times. I've almost forgotten, but it keeps coming to mind. So I'm gonna mention it. just before you tuned in, or before I knew you were here, um, got something against Bruce? No filter. I roll with it, and I hope that our viewers do too. If you don't like something that you hear, just look past it or don't watch. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, not everybody's content is going to be for everybody, but um, and I ask that people are kind and honest, you know, and yeah. Um, I'm sorry. It's a kind of a generic name, though, really. And I don't think of myself that way, but it does kind of make me think of a Disney song. Um, but I mean, there's different ways to define words too, right? Um, just a moment here. You don't post any content yourself. What's up, buddy? And maybe I'll get to the before, although I'm underneath it. Uh, and Tara's also rolling. Anywho, I had this thought come to mind. Whether a loved one was still living or not, if you connect them to a certain place other than a cemetery, would you go there whether they were back alive or not? Would you go there if you could, or would you avoid there? Because when I thought of this question randomly came to mind, there's a part of me that thought even if they were still alive, like at one I'm specifically thinking of, which is a little less far than Ontario, um, I don't know if I would, because I'm very thankful to still feel that I have them around me and I have a connection with them in a different way. And I'd rather not have to go through the hassle. I mean, if they wanted to pick me up and bring me there, might be a different story, but go through the hassle of getting there as a non-driver, um, then being there, possibly alone. Um, I can kind of more imagine I was there and be fine with just that. How about yourself? If you had such an opportunity, tell about your life's bad moments. First of all, I want to just curiously ask why you're asking. I do not mind, and I do sometimes talk about my hardships. Um, sometimes it's good to get those off your chest and relate to each other as human, and having human experiences. But it semi feels somewhat random of you to ask. Um, and there's part of me that kind of just, if it happens, it happens. I don't really necessarily want to try to just like think them up. I kind of want to. There's a part of me that wants to just kind of focus on doing music soon and having some laughs together and talking about breasts. You are a hopeless person or a homeless person. And of course, if somebody's homeless, they might feel hopeless as well. Again, I ask for your honesty. But like I say, hopeless could apply with either of those. And that's something that, worried about your future, any particular aspects, any particular reasons you're worried. And you said this is your first time on this channel. I appreciate you chatting and opening up. And I used to know, and now I'm sure now what I was made for. This is what I'm made for. To be a podcaster, to be someone who uplifts, to be someone who supports the fellow human and does music in the capacity of which I'm able to do it right now in my life. How did you know that? How did you know that? And yes and no. Yes and no. So how's that for an answer? I mean, have you been? You said it was your first time. Did I not see that? Not that I'm always alone or whatever, but first time on this channel. Did a friend tell you? Because I do have a couple followers from Pakistan. Pakistan? Podcast Stan? Come on, Stan, where are you? Hannah, how are you? um, I mean, I'm talking to you. My first time, bro. I love you. Oh, well, thanks. I mean, I'm talking with you. Uh, I don't remember if she has an H in your name. I mean, she has one. I don't know if she has two. I'm talking, and we got somebody else that's watching, and I think there was somebody else commenting earlier. And yeah, that's been happening lately. The algorithms are doing their job. But as far as age goes, like and did you mean hope? Oh, I think you said hopeless, yeah, but not homeless. I, you know, part of me wants to have a very specific niche audience, and that does happen a little bit. And part of me is like, I'll talk to anybody. And why is that? Well, not anybody, but not every crazy guy, um, but I don't need to just talk to 20s, 30s, or the occasional younger one. Like I can talk to 70, 80, 90, 100. We all can, really, and we should. Uh, but and again, I do believe in the afterlife. I do believe that the presence of angels are around us often, but really noticeable today. Um, and so I'm not alone in those senses. Uh, and that's not a scary thing. It's a lovely thing. Um, I'm going to turn on the light because it's kind of bright out there for being supposed to be a cloudy day. And if you haven't yet subscribed and hit the notification bell, and I wish you and Squid would change your username if you could, because it represents how to be confident. Mm. I guess I probably seem like a pretty confident person to a lot of people. Sometimes I feel like I am, and sometimes I feel like I'm not. Kind of like that song. Sometimes you feel like you're not, sometimes you don't. But and I don't have all the answers, but just making sure I haven't. Well, it's hard not to be worried about the future when you don't have confidence, or when you have uncertainty, and it's very easy to feel anxious. Then, right? I understand that. I understand that. Uh, at times, quite well. um, I guess my question sometimes a question requires a follow up question to clarify or whatever. My question to you would be confident about what or in what ways? I partly I feel like I could give a very general across the board kind of answer, but then part of me also thinks that it's better to be specific. Studies. Are you in school, and what are you studying now? Or to me, I get the sense that you're more thinking about taking a course and job. Still a little bit vague, to be quite honest. Like again, are you thinking about taking a course? Are you already in university? Are you in university? Are you currently working some type of job? What kind? Trying to get to know you, that I can kind of get a sense as to where you're at in your life with what you're doing. Because I'm not sure if I know how to talk about how to be confident in a general way. I'll think for a moment about it, but one thing, yes, you're in university. One thing I would say is that, and we lost the non-student. One thing that I would say is, what are you studying out of curiosity? One thing that I would say is, I'm a very curious person as well. That's also that, is that it's okay Yeah, I noticed, and I appreciate you doing so. And I do so when things come to me as well. Um, but is that it's okay to have a confidence and a bit of an ego. I'm a second engineer I've talked to this week, actually. Possibly what? I probably talked to one of your classmates. Did he tell you about my channel? you know, um, because what did he go by? I think that was the one that went by Amaratus, but I don't know if that was his actual name. Somebody, I think the one in Toronto, told me what school you went to. He didn't, but I mean, I don't know. It's a big field there. There's probably a lot of engineering places to study there. I don't even. I've heard. I know. I've heard of civil engineering. I don't even know what that like entails. What that's actually about, and why it's so civil. But it's good to be civil. Anywho, it's good to have a bit of an ego, a bit of confidence, but just don't get too mighty with it. That's what I would say. As far as how to be confident in your studies, I mean, you're probably experiencing something I was talking about last night, where it's kind of like I thought that I was doing well in the courses until I had to do the exams, the multiple choice exams. Uh, you know, uh, and what kind of work do you do? Because I mean, I'm not sure. There wouldn't be much. Maybe some reading, but not a lot of like homework in the in that kind of class, right? Because it's very hands on. Um, I kind of want to heat up my coffee. I feel like I need my warm beverage again. Um, yeah, I think one thing that's coming to mind is, and it's but even in giving this support, this input, I would say is just know that you're trying your best. Just know that you're trying your best, and that should make you feel good. That should make you know that you got this. Know that you have skills. You're gaining skills. Um, as far as confidence in your job, I'm not really sure what that's about at this point. But if I was to talk about for a moment areas in which I've felt, you're welcome, I've felt confident in my life, I know, again, that's something that's been ebbing a little bit. Or I never confused which one is which, but it's something that I've lost some confidence in some areas. But I do know that I'm still talented musically. And if you have any song requests, just don't ask for Middle Eastern music because I just can't play it. I don't hate it, but I can't play it. Hi, Thomas. How are you? Glad to have you here. Uh, from Poland. But I I'm confident in who I am. Deep in my heart, I know that the abilities and the things that I want to do in my life still speak to me, and I still feel it. Like, for example, photography. Somebody said, "Well, you want to do photography? Go out and take photos." Yes, but as much as it's good to do it because I enjoy it, um, I wouldn't be making money at it if it's not a gig. Um, and it's also not only but fairly strongly interested in it being people based. And you know, if it's not a booked photo shoot, some people may be flattered, other people might be bothered. I don't think they should be, but so you got to be careful. Um, but but I'm confident in who I am as far as some of my labels, some of the things I struggle with, um, some of the things that I say. This is me. Oh, oh, oh. Second time I'm thinking family on my birthday. How dare I, right? But there's definitely been some irony here in the comments so far. Uh, promise you when what? You took that message away, but I did see it. Maybe you sent it before you meant to. Promise me I won't forget you when I'm famous. Just kidding. No, I don't know if I'm aiming for fame. Aiming for fame, just a little flavor. Anyway, okay. Um, I mean, I want to be making a difference for people, and it sometimes has taken a little bit of time to see it, but lately I have certainly been seeing it, and that makes me feel good as well. And that's something I would suggest, whether it's online in some capacity or in person. You know, if you're struggling in your life, or if you're not, try and do things for others. People you know, people you don't know, if you're able to. Um, it comes back around. Whether we want to talk about karma or not, it comes back around, and it's reciprocal. Sometimes not as much as it should, or as we'd like it to be, or as quickly as we'd like it to be, but it does. Surprised it's not more congested. My nose is very runny. Okay, I'll wait. You promised me when you become famous, you'll message me or show my channel name. Did you say that just because that's kind of what I joked? Like I say, I don't know if I'm kind of somewhat okay not becoming famous, even though I'm a YouTube creator. I mean, I want to be doing well, and if somebody that's watching hasn't hit the like or subscribe or notification bell yet, I welcome you to, please. Although the two people that are watching have actually, so um, and there's different ways to define that as well, I would say. So we could say, kind of doing it now, bro. I don't know where you want me to message you, and I don't know why you want me to show the channel, but they can see it here in the chat. So I think I fulfilled that. I hope. And how are you today, Thomas? It's really early in my day still, but it's probably almost bedtime, or at least in the evening where you're at. So, that's something else to remember. I mean, although I don't know what the time difference is compared to, like, what time is it in Pakistan right now? Because you are honest man, and you are honest man I have ever seen. You mean the most honest? A lot of people are very honest. I'd be a little bit surprised, but I also don't hold back. I'll just say just a bit. We'll talk later. um, Honesty is a good policy for the most part, if I'm being honest, and I am. Right. One of the most honest, or one of them in a different way. And you're correct either way, by the way, just so you know. No wrong answers there. Well, I don't think so anyway. Life is so difficult. So can you elaborate a little bit more as to what's most difficult for you in your life right now? And I know, Thomas, there's a bit of a language barrier, and you come here for the music, and you may or may not have just left. That may or may not have been accurate. But I hope you're still not the crazy man here. I'm moving my feet around in such a way next to that cord. I need to get more coffee. Everything. Okay, well, not that long ago, I said in my video, let's buckle down here. Let's get serious. Just kidding. I said in my, let's get serious. Just kidding. I'm so oxymoronic. Anyway, just kidding. I'm so contradictory. Just kidding. But no, in all seriousness, I said, and it was an interesting way that it came up, and it wasn't super long ago, but I recently said, and I think that indicator's wrong because you seem to like to be here and you need to be like, even though it's got to be nighttime there, so you're probably in bed. And I was going to say, Cole and Ray, stop having fun up there without me there. Anyway, but that's a totally different story there. But some people, and I don't want this to come across the wrong way, Are you still here, by the way? Is the corner being inaccurate right now? If not, you say I was the least. Okay, bro, don't mind, please. I'm just taking advice from you. Why would I mind that? Obviously, like I'm saying, this is mutually beneficial. I'm getting to help. I appreciate that. I hope I am helping. I seem to be. Why would I mind? you know? Um, but I hope you won't mind that I'll say that some people exaggerate. They might not even intend to exaggerate, but they do. I probably do it every now and then too. I mean, my mother was kind of like that, so it probably rubbed off a bit on me. But I am a very much real, tell it like it is kind of person too. And so when you say everything, my mind went to that can't be accurate. That can't be accurate. It may feel like everything, but there are some things that are going good in your life. You're watching enjoyable YouTube videos, helpful YouTube videos, not just me, probably. You're furthering your education, a blessing that might truly help someone greatly, but they struggle with for reasons I've mentioned and reasons I haven't mentioned. I would hope you have a few loved ones in your life. So I'm not discrediting your struggles. And it sounds like it might be more than just work and school. And if you're able to, but it's optional, you're welcome to donate. But I do feel your appreciation. I am getting projects. You know, and you know, your country may be a hard country to live in. You're like, yeah, especially if you could be wrong. But you know, I mean, it's I don't think it's a third world country, but it or maybe it is. It certainly isn't the most peaceful. I mean, I live in a big city too, but in Canada, like we said. Why do I keep hearing sister? Is that some sort of representing me slightly, or is there something about your sister? And I know that may sound really random, but my mind is saying sister, sister. Say sister, sister. I'm also kind of thinking about something slightly awkward. None of this has been, but you know. Um, and also, that was a very bittersweet morning. It was a very thought provoking morning that I've had and I'm still having. And I just hope G is okay and will make it home safely and we'll have a lovely evening and lots more lovely times together. And that you'll get to see him lots more on here. But he does work a lot. But anyway, can I call you something other than your channel name? Like your first name or something? Even though you go by it and you may feel it, I'd really like to do that if I can. Um, and to the person that just tuned in, welcome. This one's been a bit quieter, but there's been a bit of activity. And it's kind of hit and miss with the algorithms, and there's lots on YouTube. You can see that there's a guy called Crazy Guy commenting in the comments. I want you to know that he's not that crazy. That's not the vibe I'm getting. He maybe feels like his life is a little bit crazy and hard to manage right now. I don't know the inspiration behind the username. I'm not going to say, hey, Muslim. I really don't want to say, hey, crazy guy either. What's your first name, man? Uh, but no need to feel uncomfortable about him in the chat. I hope that fairly stable, that you always show me love and kindness, and not only because of the help that I'm giving you, but and if there's ever a misunderstanding, realize that it may just be a misunderstanding. Let's talk about it. Okay. Like, I don't, okay, Hassan. Um, so do you have a nickname out of curiosity? Is that something that's popular in your country? Or even if it's not popular, do you have one out of curiosity? Ha- Hosni, or okay. I've known a Hani actually. He was from he was from Israel, I believe. Uh, Hosni. Okay. I love that. That's lovely. That's why I'm saying I love it. uh, this is YouTube. This is YouTube land. And, it's one thing in the chat. It's one thing when you post every day and people are seeing it every day. So I choose not to go by my name. I think you're the only one here right now. It's a little secret between you and me. My name's Cole, but you can call me Big C. Big C, yeah, in the house. Represent party. Woo! I am a bit in a party mode, and two people just came in to see that. So welcome to the party. I would like to do some music in a moment. I'm always here to support those that are struggling as well. And I'm feeling more and more like, even as a white guy, and I mean, it's okay that it's just virtual, but I'm really thinking, although I probably stand out like a sore thumb and certainly not be treated as nicely by some. I mean, that's anywhere, but like I'd feel like imposter syndrome, and it's not going to easily happen anyway. But there's a part of me that feels like and I don't know if I'd want it to. No offense, but there's a part of me that feels like I should. You just took away a couple more messages there. I know what one of them was. Actually, I know what the other one was too. Anyway, that feels like I should be in Pakistan or India. We have a lot of Indian instruments actually. But I mean, like an Indian flute, I'm not the flutist. Um, Depending on where the next room that we go to, I can show you some stuff that will amaze you, and as if I haven't already, right? So something to know about this podcast and any of them. Oh, it's not as late as I thought it was. There is that I really have no filter for the most part. So shrug things off or decide it's not for you. But there's a little bit of something for most people, I would say. I'm very diverse. Um, that being said, I think sometimes I gotta there's been something that's been eating at me the last 2 or 3 times I've been podcasting. I've talked about it a little bit, and people seem to be pretty good about it. And it's 2 hours into this one, so I'm thinking, but two new people have just arrived, and they're not saying anything yet, so they might not be people I'm familiar with yet. But welcome anyway. There is something, but I already think I've decided one or two things I'm going to do with that. So I'm not too sure if I'm going to bring it into this or not. But it would probably, you'd find it amusing. You may even enjoy it. But that's not to say that there wouldn't be other amusing and enjoyable things if I didn't. Are you on a laptop and looking at another tab? 2 to 3 is more accurate. 2 to 3. This is the second one today, but for this early, it's yeah, definitely not 4 to 5 though. I do. I just do. I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were the other guy. Okay. And that's an interesting phrase. I don't know if it sounds British or whatever, but it did seem abrupt. I thought, did his house really burn down? Anyway, I've been in a slow point in life. So even though I sometimes have things keeping me busy, I'm doing it to pass the time. I'm doing it for the company. I'm doing it for what it can the positivity it can bring for our viewers, the healing, the music, you know. And sometimes it's really quiet and not very motivating, and other times it's like this. And I mean, some people would say it's still only 4 views and 2 likes in 2 hours, and I'd say, but it's better than nothing. And now it's 3. So, bro, what are you planning to? Okay, and why are you not in? I did notice she was live, but I was already rolling, and there was people, there was commenters came in pretty quickly, and I've been a little distracted. So, and also the last couple of times I have tuned in, even briefly, there's been a background noise that has been distracting me in her room. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a different device or what it is, but what am I planning to? Oh, play. Okay, and why? Okay, I don't have any particular plans. I mean, from looking at what I have open here, but you're welcome to song requests. There was some I did the other day. Well, so okay. There was some I did the other day. I was thinking about doing again today, but unintentionally yeah, that's what I thought, but it still was distracting. And I don't hate her voice. I'm not going to talk bad about her. But it's certainly unique. It's certainly an acquired taste, I would say. I'm not saying she's a bad singer. I'm just saying that she's one I can only handle in doses. And some people may feel that about me, and that's okay. I wouldn't understand them. I think they were a little bit off their rocker, but no offense. But but no, I understand because I feel the same thing about myself sometimes, But I'm pretty used to myself, and you get used to me, and you grow to love me, right? I'm an acquired taste. What? Actually, I was going to ask you the other day if no, wait a minute, you're not who I'm thinking. You're not RJ. She did. Why do you think so? Because you're shouting "night" in your name. Frequent, fluent. I don't speak Hindi. No. Um, um, I guess I seem very cultured, even though I'm not of that background, and I kind of am. But honestly, English and a few words of French and Spanish and a little bit of Aussie British slang. Oh, by the way, you said that you're in Australia, so do you use Aussie slang? Oh no, you said you're from Pakistan. Pakistan? Who said they were from Australia? Who was it, baby? Oh right, okay, he's long gone. But I think you should do that just to play with your friends a little bit. Just one day, go up to them or family. Although I know that sometimes certain cultural families are pretty strict and like, how dare you dishonor our family? You're not Australian. Um, and I'm not mean to be mean with the accents, and I can actually do it better. Like I can do an accent, but yeah. But as far as wouldn't that be funny if you just went up to your other friends of your culture and said, "Good day, mate." At the moment, I can't think of any other Australian slang. um, how you going? Um, I can't think of it. And I'm thinking about my brother at the moment, and I'm feeling mixed feelings about him right now. Um, but I got my brothers here. Sorry, I just said a whole lot. I'll let you catch up. I need to slow down for a moment. I think I need some coffee because I need some coffee. What is your routine of the whole day, bro? Like, I mean, it's kind of similar most days, but are you looking for a sense of routine? I mean, my life is my life, but I mean, it might inspire. I mean, that's kind of part of the problem is I don't have I don't know if I really want to say that on here in case anybody local sees it and they kind of, but I'm around and you don't mess with me, in my fans. But and we have a dog who, if he really wanted to, could bite your fingers off. Then you can't. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was really and it looks kind of brightish in the sky today, and I don't think it looks windy. And I'm really, but in the afternoon it might, and that's when the thing is, and it might rain, and I guess we'll see when the time comes if I end up at this event or not. Today is a little bit different. It's a bit more of a celebratory day. But, Knight, are you still there? Some of them, yeah. He's upstairs sleeping right now, so that's fine. Although I am kind of feeling like I briefly have to go upstairs for a moment again, but I hope that you're okay with dogs. By the way, I mean I don't want to stereotype or whatever, but I know a lot, and I said this to another friend, but I've been knowing him for a little while now. I know a lot of people of those countries um, have fears that I, sorry to say it, but I do feel are somewhat irrational. I mean, here they're domesticated, and a lot of dogs are very friendly. And I was only half. I mean, they are dogs, though, and so if they feel threatened or they feel like they need to protect, they will. Um, and getting a dog bite isn't fun. But if you're not being threatening towards them or 10 o'clock in the morning, um, then like we had somebody come and deliver something recently, and G came up our path with the dog with a ball in his mouth. Like, so his mouth was occupied with this ball, and he put what he had to put on the deck and said, "I don't like dogs. I gotta go." We even said, I think I may have even said he's friendly but a little hyper sometimes, and it just like, and you're going to continue to have that fear if you don't work on it. Um, you know, uh, Going to sleep. I From a distance, I read that as going to the strip club, which, unless you're having a certain kind of dream, isn't quite the same. Um, I posted in a restaurant group saying, "Where's a good place for a kid to celebrate their birthday? Not a kid, not kidding." And somebody suggested a strip club, actually. But I talked a little bit about that the other day, and I don't see, if I'm going to go anywhere today, it's going to be to this event that I hope to get to. But I'm not feeling super confident. Speaking of confident, joking, bro, not sleeping. Okay, well that's good. That means you can stay. And it's not that late there. It's not as late as I thought it was. Well, because sometimes I'm a little bit later, or it's a little bit later when like my friends from that area tune in, and then it's like 11 or 12 at night, and 1 or 2 or 3, and I guess I'm I guess I'm enjoyable, because they're like, "Oh, I don't need to sleep. I just want to watch you. I'll watch you until I drift off to sleep, and then you'll be in my dreams." But I don't know if you meant to take that that's right. And did you? I see a light got removed too. I mean, maybe we had a misunderstanding just there. I'm not sure what happened. Um, and I noticed the one message saying you're sleeping. I mean, and then you said, "Well, not sleeping." Okay, I think it came back, so that's good. Either that or the other person gave it, but no, I think that was they'd already done. So I'm confused. But anyway, thank you. I think you gave it back, but then you took it again. What the heck's going on? Quit messing with me. You know, there. I do have a sense of humor, and I don't mind other people having one, but there's a point where it kind of verges on head games a little bit. So thank you. And maybe you accidentally removed that. And now there's only one, and I'll know who it is if you say that. Well, at least that's what it's indicating. You're confusing me. Okay, stop it. Seriously. Um, no, there's nobody here, but it could be inaccurate. Um, what the heck is going on? Well, I'm going to do some music soon. I do think that this weather is also playing head games with me. I'll tell you that much. This thing that has been following me for a few days kind of keeps popping up to me, has been playing head games with me. I don't want no more head games. You hear? Take a breather though. And then 1 and 2 back. Or 1 and the leg back. or it's somebody else that just came in who was either here before or just came in for the first time now. And they're like, "Yep, instantly like there's something I like about this dude." And you've got a good taste. You've got a good taste in. Sorry, you've got a good taste in podcasters. Yeah. Maybe I'm not there. Maybe I'm not on it. Anyway. So I want to do some music soon. I don't know what else I want to do. What else would you like me to do? Again, be yourself, be honest, and kindness has different definitions, but it's a pretty general word. Oh, it's not a general world. I'll tell you that much right now. I do have a chore I need to do, but it's early. I got time. We're going to be doing our party podcast with G hopefully tonight, and I don't know if we're going to have a special dinner, but there will be a nice dessert involved, and I've let him know that this is what my hopes are. But other than that, I think I said something the other day, though, about how they may just not have communicated that there's no spots available at that event anymore. So I don't want to hassle my house. So let's pray for Jonathan and ask the John of God. I'm just kidding. I'm not hugely religious, but let's have healing thoughts for Jonathan because he seems to be functioning at a low capacity this morning. I sent him a message saying I'm rolling on the river. No, I meant on YT, aka YouTube, where we met. And he's like, I don't understand. I don't understand your message this morning. And I'm thinking, how do you not understand this? But to be fair, not judging him, but being honest, this particular person does struggle with addictions, and that might be messing with his brain as well. His main? I don't know. No, he doesn't. I do. Well, I have more of them, but anyway. That makes me think of a certain song again. Do you have a song request that is not a Hindi Middle Eastern song? Wouldn't it be interesting if Siad tuned in, or at least got back to me today? But I knew somebody from that country would though, because it seems to be what happens. And you're welcome for me not calling you crazy. And I don't know what's going on tonight if he's not still here. I mean, maybe his phone died or something came up. It sounds like his wife actually plays some head games. Or maybe he went to see Tara or someone else that we follow for a little bit. But it was nice that he apologized, though, about that. It would be better if he just said, gotta go in the moment. But okay, so I'm going to top up my beverages, heat my beverage. And I'm feeling like I want to do some music now. I just don't know what. Yeah, I started to say some of them had accidentally closed. I in one fell swoop. I don't know how it happened. I've got one song I feel mixed about open. I've got one other song I sort of also feel mixed about, but makes me think of an ex. And how I don't need a woman in my life anymore to have. And I don't quite get that. I don't quite. Hasni, are you still there? I'll try and remember your name. I almost forgot for a moment. But who's watching? Who's watching? Hasni is not that crazy. And I'm hoping he didn't leave abruptly. He said I was sleeping, just kidding. And you shouldn't be sleeping at 10 o'clock. Then again, if you have an early morning, school or work, or you work nights, I guess it's understandable. But sounds like both are super stressing you out, whereas we're having a good time. So choose your battles, right? I don't know. Oh, it's early in the morning. I've been podcasting a lot. Anybody have a song request? And feel free to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Or topic request, just in kindness. And I know it's an honesty, but just not brutal honesty. I just kind of have to calibrate myself a little bit to what I might want to do next in this. In a way, it'd be a gift for me to showcase G playing whatever he wanted to play. I mean, there is some songbooks over there that he brought over there. One may have already been there actually, but the other one hadn't been. And I also want to maybe look for one other one along the way, and we could do that. 56%. I really thought this because it wasn't plugged in when I thought it was for a while there. So there's also that. Again, if it, I mean, I hate to utilize my words if I don't need to say this, but if it's not Crazy Guy, aka Hasney, still watching, I shouldn't say. Why do you ask? And where did I just put a comment there and it didn't show up. Okay, I just had to reload it. I'm just making a funny joke. If you happen to be a quadriplegic, time pass. You mean just pass time? I'm confused. Then I mean, I didn't know that. You know, are you in a certain well, Pakistan? You might not. I don't mind saying. I'm just basically I'm in an open relationship. Let's just say that. Um, although it's not super actively such, which I know is probably not that common in your country, but I'm in my country. It's a bit more common here. I almost want to ask another question, but it sounds like it's not really a joke, but it sounds like it was just a question for a question. But I aim to please, so whatever you're in, I mean, how do I put it? It's almost came up a couple times, and you're the only one here at the moment, I think. Oh, I'm so tempted to do something because I'd be curious what people would say about it. I'd be, even if it's just like very brief. It's not something every guy can. I don't have one. It's not something that every guy can. Although I don't mind connecting outside of, and I really am enjoying our connection so far. Outside of on here for the most part. It's hard to not hear crazy in both ways, though. It really is. At first, I thought maybe you were. Let's just say this. At first, I thought you were asking because you weren't straight or aren't straight. That's honestly what kind of went through my mind at first. But anyway, yeah, there's a something I've had since early summer, I think. That is kind of a unique item, and I kind of want to show it to you, but I'm gonna wait till the moment really feels right. That's what I'm thinking I'm gonna say about it. And even though we're only just getting to know each other, you might not be surprised about it either. I'll say that much. But there is somebody else that just tuned in, so welcome. It's been a little bit okay. I think they left, but maybe not. But do some people feel like I'm like pointing at them, like, "Oh, hey, you"? That's not what I'm doing. Anyway, but sometimes that's inaccurate. That's the thing, and sometimes it's accurate. It's really weird. Hosni, thoughts about what I'm saying? Have any? Have any Hosni? Does Hosni have any? You're like, funny, my last name is Havany. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of ironic. You're right. Have any alcohol? Have any yummy food you want to bring to this party? Have any funny jokes? Have any favorite songs? Have knees? Sorry, don't mind me. You unliked again. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but yeah, there's other person that came in. Okay. Um, Anywho, are you a little drunk right now? You're like randomly clicking things? No, like, no, I'm a lot drunk. And that's a topic I sometimes talk about. Watch A and VB come in next. But I do hope that some of my, people that have seen me before, people that don't, do come for the party later as well, because, like I say, it'll be me, NG, and you can ask for songs, we can have laughs, we'll have a good time. But this is the pre-party part 3 or 4 now, I think. Party. The pre party. 100%. Yeah, so at first I thought you were asking because you weren't hetero. Hetero. It's fun to say, isn't it? Or is that just me that thinks it's fun to say? Anywho. I don't use Instagram. I mean, G has one, but neither of us really uses it that much. Sorry. But I am okay. So this is at. See, I'd really like this to be a little bit higher charge before I go over to the piano. Then I'll look at the books that are there, and I do want to remember to look at the book that. I think just want to look and see because it is kind of alphabetical. Is it jumping out at me? No, not really. On the shelf, we have too many music books. Want me? Good thing for the internet, but we still have a lot of music books. I'm surprised I'm not more congested. Oh, what you use? At the moment, you're the only one here. Heart celebrations and well, obviously YouTube. I think most people use email, don't they? And one other site, which somebody's going wild with the reactions there, which may or may not, a little bit of all of them, and I don't know if that's intentional or you're just mishitting, but maybe I might be saying funny stuff. It's true, and I appreciate that you're sending all those like fireworks. One other site, and it's not OnlyFans. No, but seriously, it's not. It I don't know. I don't know what to think of that site. But we got 3 people here, 3 fans, or fans to be, wannabes. And like I say, Crazy Man is not crazy. Just look at his comments and you see no need to worry too much about him. And I hope that's a very accurate statement and what do you call it? Representation I'm getting. We got 4 of you here. I would like to let my laptop charge for just a little bit longer, and then I'll do music. 2 now. Mr. Beast would world's biggest YouTube. I'm not aiming for that, actually, to be honest. So I'm fine with just whoever sees this here, and I mean it's very nice of you to say, but obviously it's not true. And maybe it should be a bit more true, but more people subscribe, hit the notification bell, um, but then again, there are a lot of things about me that, oh, I see. So this, like I say, this channel has ebbed and flowed a little bit. It was dormant for a while. G was the one that started it up. And was maybe quite active for a while, but also worked a lot then at a different job. And then, there's been mixes of sometimes not having as much work. And then I started utilizing it as well because he had built such a following. And again, there's a pandemic, people die, whatever. Some people may have been very used to seeing him, and then suddenly they're seeing me, and they're not familiar with who I am, and just right away they're uncomfortable about it, perhaps. But they he grew up by helping people. Huh? That's interesting, though. That's interesting, and I've got to say, if I'm understanding correctly, that's not the first time. And I know this might sound a little weird, but whatever. It's not the first time that some of your comments, especially some of your earlier ones, but kind of in general, have kind of made me feel like you. Well, good. First of all, where is my thingamajig? Made me feel like where's my thingamajig? Um, Okay, again, I'm okay with a different nickname if you want to think of a different nickname for me. And Hosni might just be a bit of a short form of your name. Um, I'm looking for something that I had here a moment ago. I did get up, but I didn't put it anywhere, I don't think. I just looked at that shelf. Anyway, I feel like, here, I feel like it's almost my, I don't know if I want to say it's my dad's like speaking through you, or it's resonating as things that I would also think my dad would say. That being said, I'm remembering something that he told me about someone I went to high school with, and that was kind of interesting, if I dare share about it. Basically, because it will resonate with some people, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, and that's fine. Basically, I was, one person recently told me, and again, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't hit the notification bell. One person told me that, and I'm glad that your English is quite good and you can keep up with me because sometimes I am fast, talking especially to the one viewer, but I'm glad that there doesn't seem to be a language barrier. Anyway, that I don't seem flamboyant, I just seem like an artist. And in fact, someone the other day, and I don't think I seem super eccentric and artsy, and I'm more musical. Said, "Are you artistic?" I didn't know if they were saying artistic or autistic, but yes, and kind of yes as well. um, Anywho, and I want to go heat up my coffee and top up my water. But one person also said, "Oh, I don't think you're really that flamboyant. You're just kind of artsy and a little silly, in a good way, kind of thing." And but I've changed a lot since high school. I wasn't necessarily quiet teenager, but I was not the most popular, nor was I the least. And in some ways, that's kind of still how I am, and I don't mind that mostly. But anyway, and there was somebody else that used to sit with us who also got asked this question, who I would say, looking back now, the vibe was there a bit more with him. This one guy, 17, 18-year-old, whoever, what we were when we were in high school, would often say, "Are you gay? Are you gay?" It's teenagers, even back then, right? And I always said no. I don't even know if I ever asked, "Why do you ask?" or if I just said, "Don't ask me that." But it's interesting. I would still say no. But I also would say I'm not straight. So how's that for you? And I didn't know that back then. And I felt my dad tell me once, in the way that kind of relates to the initial theme of this video, that he was trying to get this guy to ask because he was curious, not that he judges it. And in fact, we have that in common. I'm sorry? Huh? Anyway, we have that in common. Who was he? Who was who? The one in school? Why do you ask? Oh, my dad. Why do you ask that? I mean, I don't mind you asking questions, but I'm curious why you're asking. No, he's never been in any of my videos. He passed away when I was quite young, before YouTube was even really that big a thing, before even social media and the internet was all that big, to be quite honest. That's G in the GNC. You accept diversity, bud? I know you like me. You accept diversity? Are you diverse? 18 years ago, really? Okay, I didn't know the channel was that old. Holy smokes! How did you? I mean, I know you're here and you're chatting. How did you go that far back? Or is there a filter? The oldest maybe. I wonder if G remembers what his first video was on here. Anywho, so that was kind of interesting that my dad shared that. Who was he? Yeah, I know. What do you mean, who was he, your dad? I did show a picture, but I didn't show the best picture, I don't feel like. So I feel like I'm being drawn to do that again. But you know what? When we lose a loved one, it's important to talk about them and their legacy, I feel like. And even though he passed away, I do bring him in some very special ways into my podcasts, and talk about his legacy. And I talk about him. I'm just quickly responding to a very quick post, and actually, it's someone who also, I believe, might be in Pakistan actually, and follows my channel. And also, I talk with him somewhere else, but I haven't in a while. Um, of course, of course. I mean, sure, some people don't have good relationships with their certain loved ones when they pass away, and then you might have mixed feelings. But what kind of question is that? I mean, we could have had a stronger relationship if we'd known, but you know, I could have been less of a brat. He could have been less strict, but he wasn't a terrible dad at all. Um, Viewer from Pakistan as well. I'm actually typing to my friend Habib, and my mother is alive. We've had a bit of an up and down kind of relationship. I've seen her a few times recently. I don't know if I don't think I'm going to try and see her today. I'm not sure when. Uh, and her and my step are in rough shape with their health, even just compared to the other day. And usually she doesn't kind of like, but she was actually very briefly in audio, popped by to drop something off, and I gave her something, but she didn't even look at that close. I don't even know if I told her what it was. And she says, I said, your cheek looks a bit puffy. Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess it's maybe a medication thing. Okay. I'm back to focusing now. But he posted 22 minutes ago. So, and I haven't seen him on here in a while. So, um, um, on a birthday, things are a little bit more distracting. I wonder if that guy from Australia actually did know my brother and was kind of like, I've got to go and contact him and say, I just saw his brother on YouTube. Oh, that's more than he sees me. Uh, why are we in this world? You're a lot like me in the sense that you ask deep questions sometimes. Um, and that's cool. And part of me would say that we all have different reasons, but there are also a lot of very um, um, I wouldn't say that. Why would you say that? That you're a fool. Anyway, I would say the reasons that are universal. No, not necessarily. That's why I'm answering it. I wouldn't answer a stupid question. I'd just call you stupid. Just kidding. um, I mean, it's a question that a lot of people ask themselves and wonder, myself included. Um, 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 I think the basic reasons that apply to all of us. Has it really been an hour since I looked? Good golly, Miss Molly. Yeah, that was after Ray. Anyway, would be to love others, to be there for others. Reason? Oh, you're like, are you gonna say it or just be distracted by your birthday posts? And Cora's changed her pictures. Um, Bit of both, because I'm ADHD. You're like, you're ADHD what? Oh, you know what ADHD is in Pakistan, don't you? I hope. You probably have it. um, it's not all bad, but it's not all good. Anyway, would be to love and to shine our light on the world, in the world, and be there for others. Um, and leave positive imprints. And know what it means to try and forgive, but also to know what it means to the importance of communication, the importance of trying to work through misunderstandings, the importance of apologizing, and the importance of owning up to when you may have done something wrong. Not looking to say, oh, I just mess up everything and, so I'm always doing something wrong. Let's not exaggerate here, but just in general, I think that that's something, you may be pretty good at it. I don't know. And there was briefly somebody else here, and there's somebody else here again. And I think it's so important that I'll say it again. Communication is key. If there's a misunderstanding or something that doesn't sit well with us, at least try and talk to the person and see if you can get past it together. Um, I have had examples in my life where that works out well and where it doesn't, or it feels mixed, including recently. But I would say it's still worth it. And then you kind of see how it unfolds and go from there. We are in this world to be ourselves, to be diverse, and allow others to be and to be kind. I mean, and to find our purpose as hard as it can be sometimes. And to live our truth and live our values to the best of our ability. And to discover our talents. And to grow as people. And to coexist amongst each other. And to exist. Again, I wouldn't mind a different nickname. I mean, I know beast can be a good thing, but it's not. Yeah, I thought I did that, but I think you did it first. It's not. What kind of other nickname would you give me, out of curiosity? Hosni. Um, okay, okay, that comment may have accidentally came twice. Another nickname, please, Hosni. Why did it say message extracted, message deleted? What's it? Oh, you took that one. Okay. Anyway, and I know I'm saying it out loud, but I'm saying it out loud 2 hours and 45 minutes in. So, I mean, it's very ironic, and you're the only one here at the moment. I think it's been fluctuating a little bit, but it's very ironic. And some people feel like maybe that they've tuned in kind of midway and they're just confused. And rather than sit with it for a little bit and either get to understand or just roll with it until they're not confused, they'll say, I don't know what's going on, never mind. Which is unfortunate because what's going on next is about to be very extra cool. I am going to bring the angels back, perhaps. I am going to do some music. And also, I almost want to do a little bit of show and tell. Like the good old days of childhood in school, but different. I felt it a couple times within this video and a few times this week, really, and possibly in other videos and just in general. Like there's something I really want to share. I understand this is YouTube, um, and it's not just going to be people that I chat and we get, because if you take the opportunity to chat with me, I'm sure we'll have a lovely chat. I'm pretty easy to talk with. But it's not necessarily going to be people who will take that uh, opportunity to chat and get to know, or people that I'm already familiar with. And I guess there's mixed feelings even with those people. You know, certain things, if I share them, will they be accepted? I mean, I've kind of alluded to one thing that kind of fits with that when we were talking about orientation. Um, and I don't know how you would have missed it. I mean, I know that I was speaking my truth, so I certainly didn't. Uh, and if you didn't miss it, then you either shrugged it off or didn't. It didn't. You don't mind. Maybe we will someday, but I'm not going to easily get to Pakistan, so you have to come to Canada. Out of curiosity, how old are you? Oh yeah, you're a university student, right? That's good enough. Um, did you agree with my answers that I gave you? Did they help? What are your thoughts on them? Thank you. I mean, you know what I would say? You know what I'm going to say? Because I'm open to that for the most part. I mean, today I have a bit more to keep up with. And I don't believe you said happy birthday yet. You're like, yes? What are you going to say? Um, and actually, that other friend from Pakistan that I was mentioning earlier, ages ago, he was on one of my videos. Oh, good. And he was cool with this, and others have been cool with the fact that I am bisexual. Uh, COLTYNROCKS@gmail.com. There you have it. I shouldn't have, I mean, I mostly feel okay about, again, I think you should go by Hosni, to be quite honest. I think you should change your username to Hosni so people don't misjudge you. Because I'm not thinking that you're all that crazy. I mean, maybe we all are a little bit, but and it has different definitions, and some are right, and one person's crazy is not somebody else's. But like I'm wanting to, aside from doing music, introduce a couple more things into this video. Uh, Facebook Messenger, yes. But I gave you my email just now, so in confidentiality, even though I said it here, I said it. You were the only one here at the moment, and it was like almost 3 hours in. So um, those are sometimes when I make the exception. I could send you my Facebook link there when you send me, but I do want to. And the music thing, I don't think you're going to judge the music thing at all. Um, you know, in fact, I've been learning that in your cultures, Christmas, although there's a version of it, and some of it's similar, it sounds like, isn't hugely celebrated. And I'm getting in the mode of Christmas. COLTYNROCKS@gmail. I don't want to put it in the chat and forget as to take it out or whatever, or somebody to very quickly tune in and notice that and have it that I don't want them to have it. So I said it twice, and if you got it, you got it. Um, um, with mutual respect, I'd like to show you something that I have. First, I would like to ask, are you okay with the GLBT community? I've kind of brought this up. You haven't said anything. I know the answer I'm hoping that means. I'm at 73%. This is almost fully charged and ready to go over to the keyboard or the piano. I've kind of told this. I'm very dry. I have to get a beverage in a moment. I've almost told this one story Um, it's a true story, but I have said it in past videos. But like again, deep in with people I was comfortable with, I'm kind of surprised, and this might be the most honest I'm about to be about it. But first, uh, I love you, man. Just kidding. Like I love you too. But yeah, and like I say, I'm very diverse. I can be, in good ways, and I can be something to please most people. Fortunately, some people you know, don't take the time, online or otherwise. Sometimes they're just, they're too much, you know, focused on themselves or whatever else is going on, and or they make a quick judgment. What you think? What I think about what? I mean, I accept that community. Do you? Um, but um, cool, cool, cool. Because I'm um, in it to win it. Woo! And not actively. Even in my own relationship, I mean, things have been fairly lax and subtle, so to speak. But like I say, part of why we're on this earth is to grow. Cool, thank you. As for the looks like jazz hands, the celebration, the high five, the balloon, and the flowers. They smell good. Speaking of, where's my cologne slash perfume? I don't know. There's too much stuff on this couch at the moment. But hopefully you mark down the other um, medium, the other way of reaching me. Hopefully mark that down. That's cool. Um, but like I hope you mean full on, because I don't know, I don't know how much I want to get into this. I want to say it. Did I dance in my life? Yes. Are you a dancer in this world? Do you I don't know that song very well, but Rip Jerry. Um, I do dance sometimes, and I'm kind of feeling like I need to move around and dance in a few minutes here. The laptop is almost fully charged. Some of the keyboard effects have some really long outro tunes, and I get up and dance then, which is always really cool too. Um, but I keep kind of segueing to something, and it keeps coming back. And I think it's, what part of it is. I think, mate, is aside from the person that gave it to me. I mean, G doesn't even know. Aside from the person that gave it to me, um, and the group I'm in for this kind of thing. Well, it's very interesting because of what I just said, that you would ask it that way. I love her. I guess I would say the closest thing I have to a girlfriend is sometimes myself. I mean, a lot of guys that are single might say that, but maybe not mean it quite the way I am. I mean, I just said I'm in the community, so I actually, I've had ex-girlfriends. I still like women, but I'm with a guy at this, for the past 8 years, and hopefully many more. Um, but I have been exploring my feminine side a bit, that's for sure. And I was just gonna wait and mention this to Easton, but it keeps coming up here, and I don't know. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something about you. Maybe you are meant to hear this and see this, because, um, because Are you saying you want to be my boyfriend? Are you bi or gay as well? You sound like you're bi, to be quite honest. And if you are, you'll really understand this more because I do think, I try not to fantasize it too much, but I do think like kind of exploring your gender and stuff a little bit is something that you're a guy. Yeah, I know. Why are you mentioning that? Is something that people that are that orient would and he means guy. He's a university student. He's just you know say BOI at least because I don't want people to misunderstand that and think that I'm talking. I mean, I try and be a good influence, and I say the things like the world won't filter, and this and that. Some people say, oh, grooming and this and that, but you're a university student, and you know that, and you're the only one here, so I'm preaching to your own choir. But yeah, but every now and then there's somebody here, so that's why I'm kind of trying to decide. Basically, what I want to tell you is I am also kind of non-binary, and now there's somebody else here. See, and I'm very curious because I have a connection in the Netherlands, another region, that is at least accepting of that and relates to me with one of those two things. I don't know if he does it though, and I know in your country it might be hard to admit it, but this is a safe place. Like if you honestly are LGBT, own it, man, own it. You can tell me. I'm obviously a safe person about that. Uh, oh, interesting. My dentist just sent me a happy birthday. I don't think I've ever gotten that before. But once you email me, maybe send me a tester now and I can let you know I got it. Um, maybe I could send you a picture because I know that my friend in India. I was thinking of doing that too. Um, of me in a certain mood, and probably a good one. Even though, yeah, I've had some people be a little bit rushy. I know deep down they do accept, and yeah. Anyway, um, can I get study visa of Canada, any university to study? Guidance, yeah. And see, and I know that you were just you're asking the question, asking for guidance, not trying to you know ask me for money because I don't really have that much, to be quite honest. Um, of course you can, of course you can, but you've already started your studies there. So would that make sense? I don't think so. And welcome to the other person that just tuned in. I have been feeling very like I need a beverage. So I'm going to go and heat up my coffee, top off my water, um, and then play some music very shortly. But I do hope to get a message from you, where, now that you can, between you and me. And maybe I'll talk a little bit more about that topic then. Um, I mean, some people would say, "Oh, that's really cool. You're so brave. I wish I had that item." Um, you know, community member or not, but and yes, yes, and yes, makes sense to me. But I think my next focus will probably be on like I did briefly work at a call center where we called to help people get registered in college, but it wasn't for any particular college. It was for various ones in universities. And that was so long ago. And I know that those study visas exist, but other than that, I couldn't tell you how to get one. I couldn't tell you how to, when you're partway in your course, as it sounds like you are, switch to another country to finish it. I mean, it would be interesting if one of my YouTube fans became or is local. That would be kind of neat. You're like the other person joins in hypothetically, possibly really. It says, actually, you are kind of familiar to me. I know Maxie always says, I hope that someday we will meet. And in fact, I think he said that he's met two of his fans. Um, you know, be careful sometimes, but um, if you have enough familiarity with them, I think why not? Um, but Yeah, that would be interesting. That would be neat. And then you'd have a girlfriend or whatever you want to have. Could you be my girl? I am something, I am me. I am the, could I be you? I never wanted anything so bad. No, I never wanted anything. It makes me think of Barb. It makes me think of Ray. It makes me think of my mother. Because I think it's the song Good Mother, I believe. Rip Ray. Kind of. Barb has passed away in my life. And I just don't know what to think about my mother right now. I just don't. So, um, looks like there's nothing new on the email front. Today is, like I say, my birthday. So, I mean, there's lots on an account I can view that is old, and my current one, which is a little smaller. And I wish people would stop getting septum piercings. I say that much. She's the one with one, though, eh? Yeah, I think so. Sorry. Getting a little bit distracted here, but I will do. If you have song requests, feel free to put them. I do have some music books over by the computer. Open-minded. I am an open-minded man. I open my problem and tell to everyone. That's not a bad thing, and I can be like that. And in the age of the internet, but I mean, I would mostly recommend it. Let's just say that. And if you have things weighing on your chest, for a bit of irony here, if you have, and you have a little bit already, and I'll say this to the other person watching too, that you feel like you need to express, to heal from, to get some input on, you're in the right place. And if nothing else, I hope well wishes for you. Um, and you're welcome. And how can you not love me when I'm like that, right? On the day we arrive on the planet and blinking dip into the sun. I'm not lying. There's more to see than can ever be seen, more to do than can ever be done. At least I'm singing, even if I'm not at the instrument yet. Far too much to take in here, but nothing can ever be found. But the sun rolling high on the sapphire sky brings great and small of the endless round. Some of us fall by the wayside. Some of us soar through the stars. Some of us sail through our troubles. And some have to live with the scars. Nothing to say on the singing? I hate to even have to ask. I'm using a laptop, so one, I don't know how to call you in, but I did give an email. I'm not going to say at what point I said it, and we could try it there. I might be trying that with somebody else soon too, actually. We could try it there. I don't know how common your last name is in your culture, but I mean, I guess you'd like me to see you. I mean, you're seeing me, and I'd like to see you too, to be honest. But I mean, video is a very real kind of concept. I mean, um, um, not as real as in person, but okay. Well, let me just see here from. So the thing with my Messenger right now is my app is for Facebook is being wonky, so I have to use Facebook within Messenger, which makes it a little hard to multitask. But when it goes to the corner, then I can. Right now I have something else open in it. But again, I gave you my email address, so you can message me your Facebook and I'll take a look. Take a look, it's in the book, The Reading Rainbow. I can't do anything. I don't remember the words because it's from my childhood, but The Reading Rainbow. But first, you should say something about my singing. Like, what's the delay, man? Delay. But I mean, obviously, you're not like, okay, if he's going to keep singing, he really is not great, and I'm going to have to tune out. I said it's coltynrocks@gmail.com. Third time's a charm, and if not, then not. I'm still curious why you feel that you're crazy, and I just said. Anyway, somebody else is here right now, and I think we should segue over to music, to be quite honest. I am at 84% on this device. So fast. I'm sorry. I didn't want other people to catch it. Do you want to maybe just say yours? And then you can delete it after I plug it in and I can send to you? Because there's somebody else here right now, and I don't want to shoo them off. Oh, but again, sometimes that's inaccurate. Sometimes it looks like one or both people have went and they haven't. And I mean, sometimes people go a long time without, saying anything. Yeah, you want to just do yours, and I'll send to you. And you can delete it from the comments after you say it. Or I really don't know if people are going to really watch 3 hours in, though, if they're not already here. coltynrocks@gmail.com. You're lucky. You got it an extra time because I think you're cool. And I did say it fast. It's true. And it was somewhat intentional. So, but and I don't know much about it, but I guess there is a block feature if I ever feel like I need to use it if somebody gets it. But I think they have to either be the first sender or they have to at least apply. Anyway, return to sender. So you don't like my singing, eh? What's the matter with you? Welcome to the second person. Okay, I'm finally getting up and getting a beverage, whether you want me to or not. I can't believe I've let myself be this dry and parched for so long, but I've been rolling and going with the flow, and I have to vacuum later. I'm flowing with the go. Zero again, but that can't be accurate unless you write to your email, in which case maybe it is. This is a really nice cup. First time using it. It's almost like a gift. And I think in a roundabout way you said happy birthday, so I'll take it. I might actually eat this full cup. I feel like I need a warm beverage, even though my throat's not as sore as you might think it is. And it's only 11 o'clock, so depending. I don't know. I've had a couple of especially long ones. I mean, they do get long sometimes, but I've had a couple of especially long ones, and some that have done quite well. So I mean, and if it goes into mealtime, then I say, "Welcome to having lunch with me." Welcome to having. Well, I will definitely pause. I mean, the longest I'd go is 7 hours. I've seen people do it, but honestly, I think the most stamina I'll have is 4 or 5. But, when there's slower moments or little breaks, I feel like I've spelled it out 3 times very clearly, to be quite honest. But I do understand the desire for it to be more than just here. And I'm cool with that. And I think that you seem like a very kind, honest, genuine man. So, I mean, I feel a little bit mixed by the fact that you haven't gotten it these 3 times yet. Like you're not writing it down. Maybe you're, and I said it really slow, and that makes me think, but And they do have a video call feature, I believe. But I would want it to be planned. Like, we are in a different time zone, and even if I'm up at this time, I'd want it to be planned. Whether it means today or whatever, I don't know. But okay, it's there very briefly. I'm not keeping it there, especially since I highlighted my name. So make note, and I'm taking it away. Okay, that should have been long enough to copy it, so I don't want it sticking there. So yeah. In other words, I feel that you're worth it. And it seems like you feel like I'm worth it. And it's nice to have a bit more privacy sometimes to chat. I thought you were going to be quicker than that. And this is just for you. I don't care if you think that other people, if you think you know other people that you think are cool, that you think would think I'm cool, you can tell them to come to this channel, I suppose. But this is just for you, okay, please? And it's also because I'm musical, the rock thing. One more time, right above, just show me love many more times. Who does that song? No, I don't like it because I want to go forever and ever. Remove it. You got it? Okay, good. I will get my tablet. No, I mean, I totally get it. I would also like to request, even though we might do a video chat in the near future, I would love to request that you send me a photo of yourself. You're obviously seeing me, not in all my glory, perhaps, but I will show you more of my glory there. I'd rather do it there. This is YouTube. Some people may be like, what the heck? You know what? But that's the choice between two consenting adults, to be honest. And it's, what's the word? Yeah, consenting, that's the word. And I don't necessarily mean what you think I'm talking about. Maybe I do. Okay, well, that's seeming to tell me have your sandwich. The way that just all fell out of there. But I don't want my sandwich. I want to play at least a bit of music first. I don't want my sandwich. Don't make me eat my sandwich. The dog totally knows I'm home, but he also totally knows he went up there by himself, and that sometimes I find him distracting when I'm doing podcasts, and as much as we love him, so he can stay there until I tell him otherwise. Which will probably be in about an hour, maybe 2. Then we have a bit of time, and then I'm so glad that I'm getting all these pre-parties, but it feels like, I'm not meaning to be greedy with them or whatever, but it'll be a different feel with G here. It totally will. I added milk to it because I got it too hot, and that might be a bit too milky and had to be heated up again. Really? You're an 18-year-old university student? Because I'm pretty sure you confirmed that, yes, you are going into university. I mean, it might be different in your country. Here, most people graduate at 18 or 19 and start college or university. If they do it by mainstream societal expectations, no pressure for them to, but I would recommend it to the younger generation. It's something that, they might go into college at 19, 20, but it might be different in your culture. I'm in my late 30s. Well, actually, today's my birthday, so yeah. But you're legal. Even if you still have teen in your, I mean, you can drive. You can go to the bars now. I think that's as close as I will say it, though. Because part of me feels mixed about getting older, and I have been for a while, especially as my birthday was upcoming. I've been thinking a lot more about how I'm kind of mixed about it, but I suppose we have to, right? Next question, you're going to be like, so you wouldn't recommend it then? Like, I should turn back now and go to childhood? It's too late. Turn back now. I believe. You haven't said anything about my singing. I know my ability. I don't need validation, but I'm wondering why. What about eight? What about eight? Now I feel like I'm asking for it. It's like asking for an apology. Sometimes it feels a little awkward. Maybe you're just like, I could tell that you were talented. Maybe you're just like, I could tell that you're talented, and I could tell that you probably are a good singer, so I wasn't really surprised. There's lots of talented people out there. It's true. I mean, I'm not unique in that way, but I'm unique in my own ways, as we all are. And I think we got to find those ways, learn to work with them, and honor them in ourselves and in others. I really love how I put that. Just saying. And I think I saw 100% emoji, so you must have loved it. 100. Nothing's really 100% though, I would say, but 99.5 I'll take. Where's that emoji? But yeah, I'm kicking myself a little bit because even though it's a little gray out, it's not bad out, and it's not windy. I told you I do live with G and the GNC, and we have a dog. I mentioned that. But I think you said that you live alone, which would mean that you don't live with your parents anymore already. Is that correct? That's pretty young to be out on your own. I know sometimes parents in your culture can be a little bit strict, though. They're like, yeah, I came out as bisexual. They know, like, does that sound more Asian than Indian? And again, I'm just making it feel more real. I'm not teasing. Do I do a good Indian accent? Or I would assume that Indian and Pakistan accents, I don't assume. I can't tell the difference, personally. You said you follow Tara. Oh, no, that was somebody else. I'd be very curious to know what you think of Tara's singing voice, but first me. Okay, you know what? You're a smart individual. I mean, I'm going to say it's because, you're still, on the slightly younger side of things. That you're or you thought, well, you're bi, so I probably have bi. Which is interesting because something that annoys me about my spouse, and everything at work, but I'm more the wife in the picture. Something that annoys me about my spouse is that, like he was talking about Elton John the other day, and he said, well, Elton John says he's bi, but he's not with a woman. And I always have to remind them, just because somebody's in a certain relationship does not mean that they don't have attractions for the opposite, But I thought I was very obviously telling you a certain something. And again, it's a part of my life and a part of my everyday, so I'm not soon forgetting it. And I guess I just kind of think, other people don't either, especially because, might be the first one they've met or they just stands out in their mind, but maybe it doesn't, maybe it doesn't to you. But yeah, I've already answered this question. And family, let's not go there. I've talked about it a little bit. Haven't got your message, by the way, yet, just so you know. But we're going to do some music soon. This device somewhat drops the charge fast, and but it's been charging for a while. So why aren't you getting it, dude? I'm sorry, but I've mentioned a spouse before. I've mentioned someone else who's sometimes on this channel, and you seem to. It's actually making me a little bit worried because I'm starting. Like I kind of started off the day feeling a little bit like, is something going to happen to my significant other? Is he not going to come home like my dad didn't when I was young because he passed away in an auto accident? I hope that's not the case. I hope that I'm not going to just be living alone with the dog. Very thankful to have the dog. Since the pandemic, a lot more apartments accept dogs, but still a lot don't. And a lot only accept cats, but I'd have to majorly downsize. much as it'd be nice to have people visiting and bringing me food and flowers and honoring someone in their legacy, I'm not ready for it to happen anytime soon, really, for the most part, you know. So I hope this is not, I don't want to say jinxing things, but I hope this is not like a sign of like something going to happen. But it is a reminder that we got to cherish those that we have in our life as much as we can. That is true. I mean, sure, some people deserve it a little less, and or maybe toxic, but to be around. But I think that mostly it's something important. But if the dog's sleeping still upstairs and he doesn't look like he wants to be disturbed, I won't go cuddle. I mean, I'm still doing this, and yes, I have to do some tidying in that room. I would hate for him to get into things while I'm doing this. So welcome to the new location. So do you get it now? Do you understand what I'm putting forth? Yeah, you got a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Don't I wish? No, but I don't know. I don't actually, though. I have had, well, not at the same time, but we're both kind of accepting of that. We realize that it's not cheating if we have given consent to it. And, I sometimes I wonder if he thinks that I'd rather be with a woman. Just, but I'm very happy. And, I'll show you, yeah, if you ever send me an email, then yeah, I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to do it here because it's like deep into it, and I trust it a little more. Maybe I have to run upstairs for about 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes, probably 5 to 10 minutes. I am thinking I might bring a little certain something into this, aside from music. And yeah, I looked at most of that book. That's the other one that was here that I was thinking of. I was really getting a lot of music books on this chair. And I don't play classical music in 6/8 time signatures, so I'm not going to look at that one. I've got to go get something upstairs, very, very quickly do something, and check to see that our dog is still behaving. And I'll be right back. So at the but if you have any song requests, if you have anything you'd like to say on what the title topic of this video speaks about, any questions you have on that, anything you'd like to mention about yourself, because it looks like there might be somebody there, and it may not be accurate that it now says back to one, because sometimes it does that, and there's still both. And we'll go from there. I need a bit of a break, just a small one. Okay. Whatever's in this bag. I might have to slightly configure things. Maybe locate our dog's ball, because he sometimes gets it stuck behind things. We've got two of you here. Okay, that's that. I still have something else that's calling to my attention that I have to do, and I just have to very, very quickly arrange things by the couch because we had something. We had a certain type of. We had a pillow rip, and a bunch of stuff has to be cleaned up from it soon, and it's kind of ignorable. So I've kind of been ignoring it, and it's going to take a bit of time. And I just don't want the dog to do anything. Okay. Oh yeah, this is smell of gas, which I don't do, but every now and then in passing I do enjoy it. And I'm wondering if anybody knows somebody who's a gas station attendant. Okay, sorry. Okay, I just to be able to focus on doing the music, I do have to step away briefly still. And the dog is sitting on the stairs, so I don't know what his plan is. But he came out from there like he wanted to, so have a good day, but hopefully you ain't going anywhere. I have to look at other sites and other videos too. You might be in for a real interesting surprise treat in just a moment. Best one yet. Oh. Okay, well, it wasn't as long as I thought it was going to be, but and where is the dog? Right there. I don't know. I see it. Oh, that's right. I think you should go back upstairs. Okay, so that helps me focus a little bit more. Okay. Can't believe how much energy I have, but I've been having coffee. Bit of sugar. Doesn't look like anybody's here right now. Oh, maybe there is. Crazy guy is not crazy, by the way, and it may or may not be him that just tuned in, or he may have left because he said enjoy your day, which kind of seems like a gotta go. But maybe he's like, you know what? I'm just trying to sleep. Who needs sleep? I'm loving this. I'm just not going to sleep tonight. Just like I'm just not going to fall back asleep. Might as well be up for the day kind of thing. Kind of like how I started mine, you know, so. And then two come at once. Okay, so I've been rolling for quite a while with this one. And I also did a 15-minute early this morning, and it looks like you left, so maybe I'll stop there. Also, if I am going to do this, I'm going to want to rearrange this a little bit. I'll rip the grandparents. Ooh, yeah. That's a little thing all the time. And I found, even though that's a nice big pillow, it's kind of squishy and it's kind of lumpy. So I found the other day I still needed to have another one on there. we might be getting close to the part where aside from doing music, I need a little bit of support. But yes, as far as, I don't know, maybe it'll just be a short one tonight. Like I want to have time for our lovely viewers, those that we're familiar with, and others to tune in. But part of me also kind of thinks, I don't know, maybe we will go out for dinner tonight. I'm not sure. Maybe we will just want to walk back some of the ones that were already done. And this is, no, I'd really like to, it's one thing to enjoy the party with G. And I think that I said that to myself earlier. I think as long as we're doing that, that's the main thing. And then, yeah, but too far and too. As long as we're doing that, that's the main thing. And we don't mind kind of sharing in the celebrating and in the joyous occasion and the fun. Trying to make it not quite like just every other day where where we just watch stuff with each other and watch stuff with each other and eat, the stuff that we often have. If it's not pouring, like it's not super windy. I mean, some of those trees move pretty easily, probably with the wind. But no, it looks like it's windier than I thought it was, though, when I think about it. Certainly cold, probably. I don't know. Even going somewhere not super far on foot when you're physically not feeling it and the weather's tricky. He'll calm down in a moment. He's just barking at the birds that he hears or something. So, I've been. What do I want to do next? And do I want to record it? I mean, if I watch that, I can't. Because it may just mute and unmonetize it. But I mean, I think I've done some things that some people might find healing, or whether it's comedy, whether it's channeling, even if it's not someone they knew. That may be somebody. I mean, I was mentioning just the other day, somebody once donated because they felt I had angelic eyes. I can't remember. There was a little comment I made about that, I think this morning, not live. But so, some people might like my Buddha belly. Some people, if they got a few extra dollars, they might like, sure, I'll send it his way. Seems like he's doing good work. He can use it. It was very interesting, actually, that man said that to me very early on, and he said it was his first time. Oh, maybe he just meant because you have, big number statistics. And I mean, he's not entirely wrong either, but, you have like a lot of subscribers and a lot of videos, and I took it a bit more specifically, like, the stuff I was putting out there specifically, and that's not inaccurate either, I wouldn't say either, so it works. It really is nice to have somebody here with the conversation flowing back and forth for a while. I mean, that guy was here for almost 2 hours, so I mean, certainly thankful, but I think he, had to leave. I don't know. That's twice now that night was abrupt, but he did apologize. So again, sounds like he's dealing with a wife with a twisted sense of humor and possibly some other struggles where it's just like, like for instance, I think it's sexuality. Maybe he's like, I shouldn't be attracted to man. I was a man. I was raised Christian or Catholic, and I am, and I really like this guy. But who knows? Could be. We've got a little bit of a build up here with the chat and at least a couple likes. Seem to be showing everything. Although other people will see that, who do not know that individual, and I didn't to begin with, and they might judge him. But he really wasn't. He really wasn't. Yeah, it's not showing all the way to the top for some reason. Maybe afterwards it will. But so as you can see, I've been rolling for a while, and I'm just trying to decide what I want to do now. Do I want to keep rolling? Do I want to watch a DVD I've been meaning to watch for a while? I don't know. I just don't know. Play some music. I made it over here to the piano. I'm not going to keep the laptop over here till tonight's concert, so it's not just prepping for that. I don't know. I'm really not sure. Some people, especially if it's new to them, if they see you as a man, they're just going to instantly and impulsively speak about, oh, you must have a wife. No matter what you're telling them, you must have a wife. Or if you lie, you probably do. Um, but that was the first person that, sometimes I'll ask. I don't know if anybody else ever has. And some people may be really bothered by that. I guess I felt mixed, but for the most part, I thought cool. Seeing the name Brock, I haven't heard from Brock on this channel in a while either. Um, this week I've done a couple quite long ones, so this I'm gonna have to put a sweater on. Either that or close the door, but I kind of appreciate the fresh air coming in. So just a moment, please. What I really like, I don't see that green one I had the other day, and I don't see that scarf thing, which is really strange. Just gonna get into my extra party outfit. There's still some regulars I wouldn't mind seeing. One was actually here very briefly, but I think he just thought, oh, this is another one of his chatty, not musical moments. And there is a bit of a language barrier with that individual, so I'll forgive him. Plus, he has a little one and a wife, I believe. Well, if he has a little one, probably, but. I don't know what the heck I want to do. I don't want to sing that song. It might be a trigger to some people. and it might even be a trigger to me. But it is making me think something. So let me just take a moment to tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. That moment I was up there. That would really have been ironic if we had 32 or 40. Seems very, very common. At least for people to watch and comment more than they post. Or maybe they have certain just that. 35 minutes ago would have been during this. He said post and comment. But I think I know what he was trying to get there. And if he didn't get it the way I've done it so far, then he didn't. If you didn't, I hope you only send me if you plan to be respectful and enjoy what I'm putting out there and relate to it perhaps in some ways, and just be honest, be real, be kind, and not malicious. Please don't do the wrong things. But he said remove it after I wrote it and asked for it one more time. And so I would think that he got it. I hate to jump in there as soon as Maxie starts. Some people may come on thinking he'll be starting soon. Oh, GNC's rolling. Okay, I'll check out them first. I'm just very much going with the flow. This laptop is not as charged as I thought it was, and if I'm not playing music, I should maybe go over there. Even though I brought stuff over here, it wouldn't be that hard to do it. It's only 11:30. I think it's a sign. I feel like there was a sign before that was slightly different, but I don't. Maybe it was that. Dropped about 25% just in that amount of time. Although I did have it in the kitchen for a bit, but I'm still kind of amazed by that. These are quite comfy, it's true. So, I just stepped away from the piano keyboard to come charge the device. It's not super low, but it was getting there, and I thought if I'm not playing music, I'd rather be over here with it plugged in, where a charger is. I could recreate those rings again. Wouldn't that be cool? Somebody would tune in, and I'll be like standing here in my heart PJs and making angel rings on my couch. Because isn't that what everybody does on a late Thursday morning? I'm just kidding. Everybody's got different journeys, different times in their life that they're experiencing, and right now you're seeing my booty. So congratulations. I did it much better before. I don't even know how I did it, but and it doesn't look like it did then. Or does it? It's a bit more stylized, I'll tell you that much. Some people may tune in, though, and not realize what it is and be like, that is the messiest, most distracting blanket behind you. But then if they see the description, they can know. I just saw it, but I'm going to look at it again. Because I'm just wondering, is there room to... No, there isn't. That's why it's in there. But then I know how certain people are, a certain way. And they might... It's up for clothes. And I don't know. He may have went to my page to make that post, or he may have just done it from notifications or some other way. But either way, the point is he did it, and I'm thankful. So I want to go until I'm at my age, okay, and say, okay, now back to, you know, now back to experiencing what else it means other than podcasting to be 40. Still got a ways to go, though. And it's something that I really haven't done. I know this may look messy behind me, but I tried to make it look a certain way, other than messy. Do you see something within that? Within this look that I am modeling? Um, also, just very quickly, although it looks like you're sticking around, I really appreciate it, whether it's your first time here or you've been here before. Some videos are quieter than others, but I'm happy with the chat I've had so far. The person who's been in it so far has left, I believe. But part of me would like to get the bottom of Mr. B's breast. It would have been really cool if that guy had given me a nickname. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to ask strangers. I mean, unless I've chatted with them a little bit, I don't know if I really want to ask strangers what kind of nickname they'd give me, because I might not like it. We all want to have a good nickname. I don't really have one in my life. I do. I'll go back up to things. Depending on what mode I'm in, my rings fell. Um, um, but no, I don't really. And I'm not disappointed by it. But what can you do? Some people have said, "Log a video on YouTube," but maybe they should look first and see, because actually, I don't think mine will ever be, even if they may be my longest. Like I say, it's built up a little bit. So, but interesting. Hasme is kind of a Scottish slang word. So the person that was here and chatted quite a bit has left. Probably to go to bed because it was getting late there. And it's been a little quiet. So I'm hoping somebody else will join the chat soon. Because it's only been just under 4 hours. I'm not ready to finish yet. I'm a little bit tired, it's true. But also, what the heck? Oh, I wouldn't want to risk it. But 6. I have this open in another tab for a moment. And at first I thought there would have been 2 or 3 more likes, and suddenly it's at 6. Did I click the wrong one? I think I maybe did. 4 hours ago? No. But why didn't it update on here? And again, though, there will be some people that see that and they're like, "Oh, I feel bad." You could be doing something. Usually it's updates. So that's very strange. I don't know what I feel about the whole fact of like if things are going to be inaccurate, then I'm never going to know. So far on this page, though, I mean, some names are more familiar than others, but most of the people that are posting happy birthday are not ones I'm super familiar with. It's oddly, I don't know if I'd want to be more familiar with them, even though they're nice posting. Like this one, I mean, it's just because I don't use this account very much. This one, way back in the day, but not that close with. I don't know what the dog's barking at either, but I mean, this is definitely a day, and I haven't been, but this is definitely a day where I don't really want to be alone. I mean, not the only day, but I mean, sometimes I'm not either, I mean, but yeah, this is definitely, yeah. So, um, things have gotten a little bit quiet here, and I want to amp up this party a bit more again. So, um, online party, okay, you left it. If that happens too much, it's just going to be like, okay, not worth it, not motivating. I'm just glad that that guy remembered to re-like it with whatever he was being goofy or whatever. But I think also I do have to realize when maybe I'm starting to burn out a little bit. Um, you know, um, well, nothing seeming to indicate that he's live yet. It may be a little bit early, but he certainly should be soon. Coming to it a very different way. I shouldn't say that because it might be more than one. I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm really not sure. Don't tell me, but I'm not sure. Um, adding to my comment. Um, so things have been a little bit quieter. The one commenter who was here went to bed, I think, because it was quite late there. But he's actually quite a nice fella. And I'm really just not sure what I want to do with the rest of my day. I'm still not even sure if I'm going to end up without a vent or not today. I'm really not sure. I think I'm not, but I'm really not sure. Where is that cell phone? Where did I put it? Oh, I feel a little bit low, to be honest. Oh, I think you did put it up there. I should at least have lunch soon. I think that's probably the next thing I should do soon. Um, I'm not super hungry, but I'm a little bit hungry, and I feel iffy. But I'm looking forward to my lunch, and I think I'm going to do that soon. But I may keep rolling. You can have lunch with me, or at least be here while I have lunch if you want. I don't know. I mean, I know, I understand. Some people may see live streams and think, "Oh, this person doesn't have much responsibilities, much life, lonely." Sometimes in life we don't. So you might be right at times, in some ways. But just adding to the description. Hi, Jenny. Thank you. Eight, six, seven, five, three, six, six, eight, six. Oh, ah, 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 ah. A few minutes ago, and I looked at it a couple times, but Pardon me, but this device is old and stupid. There's a part of me that wants to tell them how to get to you. I don't know if you'd be able to. Um, so I'm just trying to decide what next I want to do in this podcast. It's been a bit long, so I'm just taking a bit of a slow moment, and I'm probably going to make lunch soon, but I might keep rolling because it's a slow day here. Nice to see you cared. um, see, I could give that name, but I don't. Or I could give that, but anybody who's clicked into it once or because it's our channel. Actually, although I think I searched it and couldn't, so I think that is the only way. Um, um, I kind of don't mind putting it out there because, or do I? I'm just okay. Yeah, then you'll start. No, I remember anymore. You know, but he's not local, and you might look at it and say, "Oh, did you die or something?" Almost, but not quite. See, if I do some kitchen stuff, they might be like, "Oh, what you cooking?" You know, they might have that curious question. Like, yeah. Probably gets the notification up, and also when it comes to Maxis, he would see. But I want to catch him first, especially since he's my mom now, and I might want one. Yeah. So, would it be funny if I just sent to him and then he came in right at the same time, just like coincidentally? Um, no, I don't. That's not the case because that person looks like they've already left. He wouldn't do that to me. I think also a little bit how I'm feeling. They're not super achy, but I can't think, to be quite honest. Which may or may not be noticed in a big crowd. I don't know what to do. Somebody tell me. Just kidding. I don't imagine to begin to. Like, good, you're taking a chance. I'm gonna go look at it. But it's not like he did say very little. I mean, he's only 18. Okay, kidding. But although, hmm, you know, some are. You know, they really are. I'm glad that's healing fast. It was almost actually there. Would have been a bit more awkward. I'm feeling a really weird sense of peace. I've usually got something playing, or I'm podcasting, or I'm out doing something. It's almost eerie. I don't mean the lake. Oh no, I'm pretty sad. I mean, it was just one person. I mean, one person, two people, three people, but two barely stayed. And I don't know. I don't think it was anything because of me. They just didn't. But I guess it could have been. Never knew. Oh yes, I have to call it. Hear it calling to you. Listen to your heart. Nothing else you can do. You don't know where we're going. I don't know why. Listen to your heart before you tell him goodbye. This love I'm sending, and it carries me through to the night. Something in right. What about love? Don't you want somebody to care about you? What about love? Don't let it slip away. What about love? Only want to share with you. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try and get you on track, bud, so that you can keep enjoying your day. I mean, it's okay to slow down a little bit, and that doesn't usually do that, does it? I don't think so. Well, maybe it does. I've always had to do it on a different device. But I can see her there too. Although I was really curious to know if I don't know if she's going to see this, but well, then why do they need it? I don't know. Duplicate comment detected. It looks like you've already said it. First it said fill out all required fields. That's not exactly the same, so hopefully that goes through because I don't know what's going on with that there. Yep. Awaiting moderation. From the funeral home or from her family? Well, I think people could assume that maybe I don't have another way to reach her. Like, I don't think that's that silly. Gold teeth. I mean, there was somebody that used to come to the karaoke that had that actually. I don't know what this is, but it's annoying. It's in the way. I need money. That's what they say carved into them. I just can't seem to get that, to be honest. This looks very, very young. How could she work the ratio? Looks way too young to even have a job. I don't think that's her daughter. Like, I don't think it's a kid, in other words, but anyway. Cookies that one, and I guess I keep doing Google and stuff. Okay. Just a moment, please. If there's anybody there, just bear with me. How is going tonight? That's a little odd. Not about whether you care enough to block anyone or not. Do you think that you should? I don't want to keep the dog up there the whole time. Wait. I really should eat something. I feel like I need to. I feel mostly. I think that it would has been quiet here for a little while. I don't know. It's a very weird statement. I mean, not to me directly, but well, that seems like a very unique username, and that seems to maybe be directing me as to what I want to do next. Kind of. Now I'm underground really good band. I don't know what I think of that person's comment on this friend's video. He's trying to say as if he was speaking as it's not Platonic prayer. He's trying to say there's anyone interaction. I'm going to play music for you. I mean, I think people can look at this and think, okay, this is 4 hours long. He's probably done something within this time, other than what he seems to be doing. But oh, she's plastic under it. Let's check something out here. I don't know what to think about that. I really don't know. But that sent just fine. I don't think it's the case. Okay. Okay. Now the pictures have sent. It's unclear whether that has. But there was an error. However, when it went to a page, she was still showing as yeah, I mean she still is. Just had the I guess it was because of that error, but I didn't notice that the other night. Not making it up being queer attention just like to understand. Chloe London. See, but dude saying that would come across differently. Somebody putting I don't know if that was a misreaction. Somebody putting carrot to they are very good kids is kind of an interesting reaction. Again, as a dude, somebody even though I can have a name that isn't super common, somebody might misread it. So I've been podcasting for a while. It's been active at times. It's been quiet for the past while, and I'm trying to decide what I'm doing next and if I'm going to keep rolling. You're deciding too quickly that you don't care. At least that's what I would call it. still want to be watching for AMV, and I want to be watching for Tina. Those don't quite match. Well, I think we have just surpassed. There's been a couple 4-hour area ones this week. I don't really, just in case this time it doesn't keep it, because there's a lot of good stuff that's been in this. But I know that number's not accurate based on this tab. But what's weird, like I say, what I don't get. Oh, right, it's because it's his other one. I don't know what's the case with Tina though. I just, even though it's a unique handle, the other one, it doesn't seem like it's easy to find it for some weird reason. GNC is way too generic. And I think one recently, Misty finally saw in the comments, like, hey, you should do it again. I'm just putting a quick comment there. Um, um, Basically, just saying that this is kind of a day in the life type video. It is getting close to being one of my longest ones. It may already be just surpassed that. 47. Picked the wrong day to do it, Rittner. Just tell you that much. He has ADHD and he certainly likes to chat, so I don't know why you would think that I'm, pulling away from it too much or whatever. I think I'm going to block that guy because he's been a little bit confusing to me in the past. And Jake Jonas. Listen to my heart, listen to my body, listen to my soul. I think I'm very surprised to see you're online, but I guess it's new now or sort of. It's nice that you recognize that, but that's kind of an upground. I mean, have I just missed something or what? Or is this being really unusual today? because it is a word, so it may have been confusing. We're going to wrap this up for now.